The first thing we need to figure out, though, is where we're going to go. Haven't really done much with these guys. The Granite Urn. Brilliant Saber we did some stuff with already because we built a bridge with them. They're a pretty evil fort. The Gear of Wood. That is a weird one because they're the Gear of Wood. Why would a dwarven civilization have the word wood in their name? Maybe they're good friends with the elves, perhaps. Or ironically, maybe they hate them and are trying to murder them. The Granite Urn could be an interesting one. There's lots of elves nearby as well as dwarves. Not a lot of humans. Tons of goblins around the Granite Urn. The Gloved Helm are a very big imperialistic civ. They have a lot of territory up here. The Waxy Hall is also kind of in a similar area, which we murdered a lot. We must have at least 3 drunken balls. If you want the cats to get drunk, I'm afraid I'm going to have to go back to an older version of the game. All right, well, there's a lovely little... You know, this is a neat one. The Raw Arrow. What kind of... Light Aquifer, Deep Metals. Flux Stone Layer. Depressed Rhythm is the name of the stream here. It's a good name. Temperate freshwater swamp. Heavily forested, calm. 2 towers in range. Dwarves, humans, elves, goblins. At war with the humans, at war with the goblins, at war with the tower. Yeah, that might be a bad spot to start. Just saying. Okay, we need to do something with the raw arrow at some point. I don't know when though. Okay, like everything's in range of this. I don't really want to be in range of the tower because I don't particularly want to just fight with people. I kind of want more like optimal number of friends, you know? Okay, there is actually a connector there. What's that? Temperate conifer forest? Only one biome. Chat, do you guys have any kind of biome that you guys are partial to that we should go for? Ooh, shrubland. Right in between the 2 human settlements. That could be neat. We're in range of every race. We're not at war with any of them. That could work. Nothing specific on your mind? Gotcha. Could do another beach fort. Although I feel like we've kind of done a lot of beaches recently. I mean, we kind of did the spooky fort last week, right? So that's kind of the one that everybody's always like, oi, do the spooky. So we did the spooky. This is also haunted. Interesting. I mean, we could do like a partially haunted biome still. It's actually kind of a nice spot. What do we have for materials here? It's 2 biomes, temperate shrubland, wilderness surroundings, and then half of it's haunted. Build in a canyon? Need to find one. Not opposed to canyons. I find that canyons, I like look real hard for a canyon and then I'm always disappointed with how it's laid out, right? Like it's never as much fun or it's never as epic as I want it to be. I think that the Iron of Hushing is probably a pretty good spot to settle, just because, like, I mean, that's kind of canyon-esque. Region map looks like Michigan. I mean, I've never stared at a map of Michigan, so I wouldn't know. Although that would be kind of hard to do an above-ground fort if we're talking, like Yeah, there's no trees there. I need trees. That's real fucking steep. Look at that. That's probably about as close to a canyon as we're gonna get. Oops, no, I don't want that. Like, look at that. It's like just extreme cliffs on the side. So we could pretty easily like channel into the side. We're like right beneath the human settlement, light aquifer, so water'd be no problem. The Cathedral of Shriveling is the name of the local brook. It's just the one biome. Moderate vegetation, so it's not too thick. But it's wilderness, so fun animals will spawn. That could work. What do you guys think of this? So we'd be members of the Urn of Hushing. Who are the other close by factions? The Waxy Hall are close by. The Gloved Helm are close by. Trustworthy picks, who are very trustworthy, are not super local, but there is still that small insurgency of their faction up here. The Brilliant Saber's very far away. The Granite Urn has one local fortress. Yeah, so this is kind of like Grand Central Station for every single dwarven settlement, so it would make sense for us to put a tavern here. There's also a road close by. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. You're disappointed in the Epic Store? You know, that's all the Epic Store ever does. Whenever I look at it, I'm like, this layout kind of sucks. Your cart kind of sucks. You don't support my currency, and that kind of sucks. Your game selection kind of sucks. But you give me free shit sometimes, which I never take advantage of, which kind of sucks. So, I very much agree, Cooler. It's a very disappointing storefront. Although, one thing I do like about the Epic Game Store is I can download games like 70% faster than Steam. I can get like 100 plus megs a second down on the Epic Game Store. Can't do that on Steam. No, it needs a 25 gig update. I mean, that might be a fault of the Warframe launcher, not so much the store. What do you actually have to do to get the Epic shit? Do you just have to like download it and sign in? And then just like sign out and uninstall it and never sign in on that client again? Oh, they have an outdated version on the Epic Store? I don't know, I'm so used to like downloading free-to-play games on Steam and then launching, or even like Elite Dangerous, downloading Elite Dangerous on Steam and then launching their launcher, and then it's like 19 gigs in updates. It's like, oh, cool. Sounds like a pretty fucking good plan to me, Cooler. How's Bellinaire liking that new DLC for Oxygen Not Included, by the way, Cooler? Regarding better speed with the Microsoft Store. I've never actually used the Microsoft Store. That's the one that I'm kind of like, on. You have selected an area with a light aquifer. Water might need to be pumped out or carried away. Continue. Prepare for the journey. Excuse me, carefully. It's like a whole new game. So that's good? Question mark? All right, so we are a tavern. We are a tavern. Tavern, tavern, tavern. Let's do the symbol first. The Creative Owl. I like the name The Creative Owl so much that I almost just want that to be my whole tavern. Let's do a Barn Owl Man. An image of a barn owl man. Beer. No. Mug? No. Goblet. There we go. Praying? Definitely praying to the goblet, right? As always, if you have questions about what the heck I'm doing, or questions about Dwarf Fortress in any way, just let me know. And I will do my best to assist. Yeah, no, in my opinion, I think the high-speed... What is this menu? So this is the menu where I get to design the image or flag, I guess. Where it's called symbol, but it's like the fortress crest, basically. So like what's going to go on their armor if they make armor, what's going to go on their shields if they make shields, what would theoretically go onto their flags or be engraved in the walls when you make an image of this fortress. This image is, it's basically like designing the fortress flag. So the fortress that we're doing today is going to be an above ground, or mostly above ground tavern fort. I have this list of themes in that Google Doc. You can also download this world in that Google Doc. And the whole point is to have a single kind of closed, unique fortress from Saturday to Saturday that I will play as long as I can today and then quit it out and move on to a new one. So I'm currently designing the flag. I will name the flag, or banner. Then I will name the local government that is running that fortress, and then I will name the fortress itself, and then I will select my 7 dwarves, their starting skills if I so choose, and then pick what ingredients and materials we will embark with, and then we begin. So this whole screen is like basically character creation for Dwarf Fortress, if you're playing in Fortress mode. There is a straight-up character creator for adventurers, if you want to play an individual character in the world instead of a settlement, basically, but I don't think there's an option for alcohol, so... Set that to 0. So it's an image of a barn owl man, a goblet, and dwarves. I'm assuming that the barn owl, well, I mean, could be admiring. Do I ever play adventures? I don't generally stream adventure mode, but I want to. It's because I'm not particularly good at adventure mode, I'll be honest. And because of that, I'm rather slow. For a game that is 38 gigs total. That sounds like video games, man. Sounds like video games. There's a reason I don't play games with graphics very often. It's because it's annoying to have to deal with that kind of shit, Cooler. I agree. Sucks. The problem with adventure mode, is it's extremely hard to communicate what is interesting about adventure mode. An image of a barn owl man, a goblet, dwarves, and plump helmets. The barn owl man, I was going to say, is cooking the plump helmets. There we go. Get rid of that. This is an image of barn owl man, a goblet, dwarves, and plump helmets. X is cooking Y. The barn owl man is cooking the plump helmets. It's an image of a barn owl man, a goblet, dwarves, and plump helmets. The barn owl man is cooking the plump helmets. The creative owl. We'll go with that. The group name. The Whiskered Crypts. That's also a good name. We're just getting good names. The Canyon of Beards. The Trust Handles. The Swift Urn. The Carnal Fountain. Taking ideas for names if anybody has them. Yeah, no, the reason adventure mode is really difficult to communicate why it's interesting is because adventure mode is probably, in my opinion, the clunkiest bit. I mean, not like I can fix it, Cooler. I mean, I don't know. To me, that stuff's normal when it comes to free-to-play and games with their own clients. Is like, oh, you downloaded on X launcher, and then, oh, now you need to install X number of updates, you know? And I feel like that's just like the most fucking common thing in the world, and it sucks, which is one of the reasons I don't really like to play those types of games. If a game has an external launcher, I'll just download it from the goddamn website and not get it through Steam, because I'm so fucking tired of that shit. Like, I always had that problem with, what's the name of it? I always had that problem with the... Carnal Hour. I always had that problem with Conqueror's Blade, that one game that's sponsored me to play it a few times, is they'd always have like random ass big fucking patches through the launcher. I wonder how much of that is Steam and how much of that is like on the devs, but yeah. I mean, maybe it's like just Epic Games takes longer to approve patches. I don't know. I'll be honest, I don't use Epic Games all that often. There's like one game that I actively play that I own on Epic Games, and that's Tetris Effect. No, it's just clunky. Like, just listen to Krug Smash talk about adventure mode after his adventure mode videos, where he's like, it's a pain in the ass to edit, right? It's a pain in the ass to edit because it constantly like pauses the game with lots and lots and lots and lots of completely irrelevant text. Hey, Squag. Dude, that new King Gizzard fucking slaps. Sorry, I haven't made your sound command louder yet because I was fucking sleeping all day yesterday. I just burnt the fuck out. Bunger, bunger, bunger. The chestnut hour, the carnal chestnut hour, that's not what I want. Oh, that's because that's the second adjective, I'm an idiot. Like, I think that might be my favorite track they've put out in a very long time. Also, King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard is the only band that can put out a full-length album and then, like, 3 weeks later release a single with a music video, and I won't even blink. It's like, oh, yep. Still at it. Please, Stu, go to fucking bed for a bit. Jesus Christ, you workaholic, crazy, manic motherfucker. I love you, but, like, go to bed. Do I have data centers selected on Steam? I have no idea. I'm gonna go with the Creative Hour because the Creative Owl is the name of our... The Creative Owl is the name of our symbol, and that's going to be what I'm going to call the tavern. So the Creative Hour is going to be, well, the Creative something. Creative Abbey, Crack, Creative Wish, Creative Path. Let's go with the Creative Path. The Creative Path is the name of our faction, or our... It's really close to Happy Hour. It's kind of why I like it. I don't know. Yeah, maybe we should just go with Hour. Creative Hour is going to be the name of our, not of our fort, but of our local government. So local government's Creative Hour. The Creative Owl is the tavern. And then the fort name, Even Rings. It's also a good one. Shoot Good. I like that. Shoot Good. Where are you from? The Fortress of Shoot Good. Maybe part 2 of King Gizzard. Yeah, true, because King Gizzard is like KG and then Lizard Wizard. Yeah, I could see that. I need to bug Ryan to do a recording of audio tapes and then bring you on just to talk about King Giz, Squag. Do you shoot good? It's a bad name for my fort, or for this particular one. Tuft Bolts. I like that one way more. Palace Flickers. Tour Hope. Lake Cloisters. Mind Mobs. Mind Mobs. That would be a good one for like a deep cavern crime fort. Wound Dragon. Ooh. Abbey Shield. Standard Cloistered Labor Fingers. Fair Merchants. That's a good one. These are all good ones. But if anyone has ideas for names, chuck them at me. Once again, we are building a tavern fortress. So, minimal defenses. We'll have like a local militia, but like mostly built on surface level tavern and places for our guests to stay. Beerbelches? I don't think belly is a name. Or a word. Oh. Beerbelches. Ukatugath. Beerbelches. Oh wait, no, bellies is a word. I could just... I don't know if I like beerbellies all that much, but I do quite like beerbelch. I do quite like beerbelch. Tummy is in there? I mean, I don't really go through the words bellies very often. The old Beerbelch. Beer's Belch. Not Beer's Belch. It would definitely be Beerbelch. The Tavern Fort. Ukatugath, yes. You cat, you gath. Is this like a you laugh, you lose? You cat, you gath? Belcher's Redbeard? Let's see how that looks. Well, it would be Belches, because Belchers isn't a word. I like Beerbelches. You cat, you gath. Did I just get auto-hosted by Evil Trick? Evil Trick, did you just auto-host me? Yes, I did. Because the Evil Trick doesn't raid on just auto-hosts. Go watch Evil Trick, he's a cool dude. He is a cool dude. So I was listening to one of my own VODs recently. My keyboard pops up on my microphone more than I like. Which kind of sucks, but... 22 more gigs left. I think we'll go with that. Beerbelches. I like the name. It rolls off the tongue nicely. All right, let's stick that into the dock. So for those of you who want to follow along, as always, we will be building within here. If you want to download the world that we're playing on, there's the link right there. You could go run around as an adventurer or do your own thing, or alternatively, just read legends along with us. I was trying to figure out what cluth meant. Clutch. All right, well, I need 7 names. So last week I kind of restricted who could get into the fort. If your dwarf is still alive from previous weeks, that's fine. But I might do a variation on your name. So if you would like a dwarf in this fort, just raise your hand in the chat, and the first 7 people get dwarves. Let's see who we get in here. I made a good cup of coffee this morning. Once again, if you'd like to be in this fort, just raise your hand in the chat. Wait, what would like to be in? Good stuff, Redbeard. Or just say hello. It'd be a pity if we weren't able to get 7 people in. Normally it's like a flood of people ready in. Squug. Wait, what? Redbeard. Creamy mommy, did you want a dwarf? Alright. Wave depletion. By the way, I was playing with that synthesizer simulator that you recommended. I crashed it twice. I'm going by your name translation because I can't read the moon runes. Chronoman. Alright, let's read about some dwarves, shall we? Well, actually, first let's do items. We'll do items first, and then we'll read about dwarves. So these are the items that we're actually bringing with us on the embark. Moldog leather quivers. Dwarven rum and wine. It's fine. I think it was my audio driver that made it crash, actually. I kind of want to bring weird seeds with. How the heck do you make dwarven wheat flour again? Like, I know how to do sugar. Don't know how to do dwarven wheat flour. Like, legit, do not know how to do dwarven wheat flour. I feel like for a tavern fort, we need to have flour. Right? Like, that just seems like a mandatory thing, right? Is there anything that a tavern would have to bring with them? Is there anything we have to bring with us? Is it cave wheat? I mean, we can make mugs. You know what maybe we should do? Maybe we should bring, like, some metals to make goblets out of. Oopsies. What, like musical instruments? Actually, that's kind of a neat idea. Bring some instruments with us. These are a lot of points. And I don't know what this faction's culture would use. No, I know what it's for. I just don't know how to make it. By grinding them at a mill? Gotcha. Cave wheat and longland grass? Yeah, I'm well aware of what they're for and what they turn into. I've just never used a mill. True story. Yeah, I still don't know. Glass? Why would we bring glass? I guess to make windows? You can only see instruments that your civ uses in that list? Oh, really? Okay, how about this? I don't know what the popular instruments are. But yeah, we should bring instruments. That would make sense for a tavern to bring. If I can find the list again. Although I have to bring ones that are made out of materials that don't cost $1 bajillion. Could you imagine using like a solid lead musical instrument? God. Okay, these rock ones are significantly cheaper. It's on the third screen. Yeah, there it is. Olivine. Let's go find granite. We'll bring one of each of the granite instruments. They're going to be expensive, but... Sakil and a Seng is what we'll bring with us. The mandatory drunken squug. Hey, Mr. Touch Shriek. Yeah, this is going to be a tavern fort. As per normal on Saturdays, if you want to follow along with this fort or download the worlds, all of the information is in that Google Doc. What other instruments are there? Let's also bring a claystone. Bismuthite Seng? Let's do the Olivine Seng. Seng? Okay, no, that's the one that we already have. We have a Sakil and a Seng. Go cuddle your dog. Let's do that one. All geek. All right, so I would imagine every single one of these dwarves would have 1 point in singing and musician. Because they're opening a tavern. Or maybe like a few of them would. You have a few points in speaker. You have a point in poet. You have a point in dancer, gold poke. I'm gonna bring somebody with a few points in brewing. And a point in cook. And Chronomin, who can have a few points in farming. Because it would kind of make sense for all of these guys to be setting out to start a tavern. Gotta find farming. This game has a lot of skills. Adequate grower. There we go. Only singing? Yeah, I'm only gonna go with singing because it's gonna take a while for me to go through all that stuff. You really hate that they're so hard to build? They're not that hard to build. Generally, like, if I put my mind to it, I can do it. They're certainly tricky, but they're not impossible. All right, so let's just go back over here and say, what else would we bring? Well, obviously all of the alcohol. I mean, the only time really is like if you need a specific kind of metal. But generally, I find it's perfectly doable. Let's bring a bunch of cave wheat rather than bringing flour. Let's bring a bunch of food. Cave lobster. Wild boar meat. And then that's it. A dwarven bar without run? You mean rum? Or did you actually mean to say the word run there? All right, so let's read some dwarves' descriptions, shall we? The first one on the list is Wait What. She is 78 years old, born on the 19th of Moonstone in the year 241. Society flourishes when lawbreakers are punished, she says. Rum. Yeah, that's what I thought. I wasn't totally sure. She has a square chin, and her hair is clean shaven. Her teeth are crowded, and her hair is raw umber, and her skin is dark tan. Raw umber color. I never actually looked up what raw umber looks like. Let's find out. So it's like very skin color. It's like a woody color. It's like just literally cinnamon. Sounds delightful. Frustratingly sloppy and careless with every task she sets out to carry out. She takes no pleasure in her talents and appearance, and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and doesn't often feel envious of others. She tends to feel discouraged, and likes to brawl. She is quick to anger, and has a sense of duties, and she still views loyalty in a dim light, at least in the abstract. She tends to have an active imagination and talks very quietly when she's angry. She scratches her head when she's thinking, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. I mean, seems like a really good... I mean, this isn't necessarily going to be our leader, Touch Shriek, but this definitely sounds like a dwarf that would work in a tavern. Redbeard. He is 67 years old, born on the 17th of Opal in the year 252. So true story, I was a little bit worried that Redbeard was going to end up being a lady dwarf and not have a beard. It would be kind of funny that Redbeard is a lady dwarf without a beard. Anyway. His very long sideburns are braided. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is not red, but is arranged in double braids. His very long hair is neatly combed, and his hair is raw umber. Well, that's not really a reddy color. It's more of like a brown, but his skin is dark tan, and his eyes are cobalt. Like an anime, like every anime girl fused into one, but except no kawaii. I mean, she might be kawaii, you don't know. I mean, hold on. Square chin, clean shaven hair, teeth are crowded. Yeah. Not too much in the way of descriptions, not very kawaii. Everything is good, says Ara. She is 79 years old, born on the 4th of Limestone in the year 240. Her teeth are tangled. They all have fucked up teeth in this fort. Her hair is clean shaven, and she has an angular chin. Her ears are somewhat broad, and her hair is raw umber. Her skin is tan, and her skin is slightly wrinkled. Her eyes are cobalt. She likes maracasite, rose gold, ruby pike bone, and the color vermilion, gems, and alpacas for their resemblance to a miniature llama. Respects loyalty and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time, but dreams of raising a family. She can be very single-minded, and she likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. She tends to be passive in discussions, and she tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance and tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. Could be considered rude and tends to not reveal personal information. She is quick to form negative views about things and occasionally overindulges. She tries to keep her things orderly, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. I mean, Vermilion is a very good Slipknot song. Outside of that, Wave Depletion says, I'm doing all right. She is 78 years old, born on the 25th of Galena in the year 241. She is short with well-defined muscles. Short and buff, good shit. Her hair is dry, and her very long hair is tied in a ponytail. Her cobalt eyes are somewhat narrow, and her eyebrows are slightly low. Her hair is raw umber, and her skin is dark tan. You like tin? Tin cans. She personally finds those who develop skills with weapons and fighting distasteful, and dreams of raising a family. Doesn't generally think before acting and is often nervous. She tends to make a small mess of her own possessions, and she has a noticeable lack of perseverance. She is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors. She tends to only form tenuous emotional bonds with others, and she tends to be passive in discussions. She doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and she tends to and she likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. She tends to avoid crowds and she tends to stretch out when she's bored. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. And likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. Cold Poke. Ultiskmush. Sneak Discs. Sneaked Dykes, not discs. Sneaked Dykes. She is 73 years old, born on the 19th of Sandstone in the year 246. I need to sip my coffee. She is not careful with resources when working on projects and often spends unnecessary effort. She often feels envious of others and is a friendly individual. She does not go out of her way to help others. Hello, hello. Trumpet dog. Those things. She does not go out of her way to help others. And I lost my place in this sentence. And she's a friendly individual. With her, and she tends to make a small mess of her own possessions and is quite polite and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She is given to flights of fancy and isn't particularly ambitious and doesn't seek out excitement, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She laughs very loudly whenever she's nervous, and whenever she gets excited. When she gets excited, it's easy to tell because she drums her fingers. I don't think I've ever seen that when they're excited, it's easy to tell. I don't think I've ever seen that before. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. Creamy Mommy is 65 years old, born on the 26th of Sandstone in the year 254. Her hair is clean shaven and her slightly protruding cobalt eyes have very thin irises. Are you at a volcano fort, or are they just coming up from the depths? Trumpet. Oh, volcano. Okay. Making steel bars? Oh, it's a cave, really? Huh. Wow. I can't say I've ever really had problems with magma crabs. I did have one fort once where they would pop out of the top of the volcano and then like wander off the map and occasionally like shoot at a wild animal or something and set the forest on fire and the whole forest would burn down. But I wouldn't really say I've ever had problems with them. They've always been kind of like a peaceful creature. So Creamy is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. She finds humor in most things. And she prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and generally acts impartially. She is rarely moved to mercy and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. She likes to brawl and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. And Chronoman. He is 65 years old, born on the 21st of Slate in the year 254. He is very short, and his sideburns are clean-shaven. He personally sees the pursuit of good craftsmanship as a total waste, sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, and doesn't particularly value loyalty, doesn't care about nature one way or another, and doesn't really see the point in working hard. So none of these dwarves are particularly ambitious, and none of them really particularly give a shit about loyalty, which I think is kind of funny. All dwarves start with rain resilience. Fact. No dwarves care about... all dwarves don't mind working outdoors initially. All of them. If you force them underground for large periods of time, then they hate working outdoors. But if you keep them above ground, they like working outdoors. And they'll only grumble mildly at shitty weather. Many compare to Dwarf Fortress graphics? I think I know what you're talking about, actually. Hold on, let me look it up real quick. I think I may have used this before. No, I haven't used this, but it does actually straight up. You're not talking about this thing, are you? Why is it on itch? It lit. This looks like my shit. It's literally like an ASCII synth sequencer. That's the word I was looking for. That's funny. Keep that tab up. That's the most. That's more Matrix than DF, actually. Yeah. That is too funny, actually. Anyway, Chronoman cleaves to an austere lifestyle, even minor immodesties in appearance. He is avaricious as they come, obsessed with acquiring wealth. He seeks out exciting and adventurous situations. So this dwarf's completely different from all the other dwarves in this fort. Almost never feels discouraged and tends to be a little tight, working with resources. He prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, likes to take it easy, and can sometimes act without deliberation. So this guy sounds like a retired adventurer. He's not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. Or no, okay, so no, this dwarf isn't a retired adventurer. This dwarf is that guy who talks about all the adventures he's been on, but it's all bullshit and not actually true. You know what I mean? He finds helping others emotionally rewarding, and is quite comfortable with those that have a different appearance and culture. He inhales sharply when he's angry, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. I have a feeling Chronoman's going to end up being our tavern keeper, like the head of the fortress. He has a lot of willpower, a very good feel for social relationships, and a good sense of empathy and a way with words. Yeah, this is definitely... I will be shocked if Chronoman isn't in charge of this fortress by default. All right, well, so, for reference, our image is the creative owl. An image of a barn owl, man. A goblet and dwarves and plump helmets. Also something I want to start doing. Let's see if I can make this work. The creative owl. It's an image of a barn owl man, a goblet, and dwarves in plump helmets. The barn owl man is cooking the plump helmets. That's our image. The group name. I'm putting stuff into the document. The group name is the Creative Hour. And the fort name is Beerbelches. And then the final thing that I want to screenshot for the document is the full list of starting dwarves. Nah, let's not screenshot that. I'll just put it there for a second and write them down. I'll just let you guys follow along. So there it is. So this is the week 3 tab. I haven't done this up until now, this whole screenshotting of stuff, but I think that kind of, it's probably something I should do, yeah? You almost always name your forts after alcohol. Your current fort is Beguiled Bastion of Beers. Yeah, so previous weeks I've only like named the dwarves. I think we're gonna start doing this. Start taking screenshots of stuff. In fact, I think I should probably do like screenshots of the actual thing. But oh crap, I haven't started attaching the VODs yet. That's something I need to get to. So yeah, if you want to follow along, this is the most recent world save. So if you download the Enchanted Planets World 3, you can get it from this doc, which if you're watching on YouTube should be in the description, and if it's not, yell at me in the comments. Yeah, if you're watching live, just type an !Dayfort. But I think it's time for us to strike the earth. Curious to know what this fort's going to look like. You have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Yeah, I'm going to have to look at that Orca tutorial. Your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Datan Thibam. There are almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance. Whether by bolt, plow, or hook, provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you, but it is late winter now. Enough time to delve secure lodgings, ere the wolves get hungry. A new chapter of Dwarven history begins here, in this place. Utkat Ugath, Beerbelches. Strike the earth. He does indeed. Yeah, Redbeard sound like a business owner. Well, we were kind of hoping for a canyon-y thing, and it doesn't look like that'd be what we get. I'm not gonna lie. But let's zoom out. Okay. There's certainly like, okay, there's kind of a canyon-esque thing. Certainly have like kind of wide hills on the edges. What do you guys think of this layout? This is not bad. We can work with this. I quite like this like funky little lip right here in the flow. And I like the little kind of break over here in between the two hills. So it looks like we've got kind of a majority clay everywhere. Could definitely do some stuff with clay. Yeah, fire clay specifically. That's a lot of clay. Could do some glazing, some pottery perhaps. Got ourselves this little brook. So this fortress is nestled right in between the Monastery of Large Hours and the human hamlet of Feast Nested and the human hamlet of Leathered Mead of the Moist Group. Yes, the Most Group. Never mind, I misread that. The Most Group. I've never really dreamed in ASCII. I've had a couple dreams that included Dwarf Fortress related things, but it's not usually ASCII. And there's no human civilization in that spot. Okay. The human hamlet of Prophet Plan. I really like that name, actually. We're allied with them. The Wise Band. The Dreamy Coalition. But no, the solution to dreaming in ASCII is just... Okay, we're also allied with all of these elves down here. Trying to figure out who we're not super happy with. So we're part of the creative hour of the Iron of Hushing. So the Iron of Hushing down here, these are our mountain homes. These guys. They're very much up on the mountainsides. The Canyon of Paddles of the Iron of Hushing. There are necromancers and gubbins, but they're kind of over the mountain range, so they're pretty far away. There is the Haunted Forest up north, which we need to be aware of. Let's check the news. Oh boy. Oh boy. Looks like many invasions are coming from the local goblin populations. In fact, as recently as the midsummer or midwinter of 319, the army of Sang Glaze Thief marched onto walled tunnels. It also looks like very recently, Uzu Pulled Quiet became the holy gravel of the Amethyst sect, replacing Nil, as well as Lightast Wealth Works became the mayor of the Clean Mirrors. So there's very, very recent news going on too. Active region. That's fun. I'm going to quickly take a peek down here because I want to know, yeah, how is some of our previous forts doing? Let's check down here. The Oceans of Prison and the Fortress of Archroads. The Artificial Jump seems to be doing pretty well. So this is one of the other forts we built in this world. The Artificial Jump are a bridge fort. So we built a bridge from this continent up to this continent, connecting all of these humans and necromancer towers to the mainland. Where did I put last week's fort? I can't remember. Shit. I actually can't remember. I know this is construct failed. And we know for fact there's a dragon right here in the Crest of Fire. How ironic that the Crest of Fire happens to have a dragon in it. Has many, many artifacts stowed away in a cave there. Oh, hi, Zychrom. How are you? Good morning, because it's still technically morning here for another 25 minutes. Yeah, no, this dragon has hundreds of kills and many, 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 many artifacts in their cave there. So if you go into the artifacts mission screen and start pulling artifacts at random out of as like artifacts to recover, it's highly likely you're gonna run into that dragon. I mean, time is relevant, and I roll with the internet theory of relative time. So whenever you log in, it is morning. So if you log into my chat room for the first time, it's morning. If you log out of my chat room for the day, it's nighttime. Doesn't matter where it is for you, but when you tune in, it's morning. So good day and good morning. But I'm doing okay. I slept a lot, got blood taken this morning. More patches, cooler. Which means I was up at 4:40 in the morning. This zombie owl just doesn't want to die. Gosh darn it. Dag nabbit. Oh wait, no, I found it, I think. Yeah, that was us. Yes. This was the last week's fort. The Dwarven Fortress of the Dwelling of Cleansing. Population 200. Site government of the fragrant, fabulous soap of the Trustworthy Picks. Go for the knees. Actually, no, go for the wings. Take the wings out. Stop it from flying. Probably be a good starting place, I would say. But yeah, so aside from the whole having to wake up at fuck off in the morning to go get my blood taken from me, or saying having your blood taken is so unromantic. It's like someone is stealing your blood from you. I went to the lab to give them my blood so that they can tell me if I'm killing myself slowly or not. That's what I did. Probably still killing myself slowly. It's on the ground and you're on top of it. Well, kick its face in. Beat the shit out of it. But back to the little fortress that we haven't really done much with yet. What animals do we have? Because we didn't bring any animals, so we'll be importing animals. We have running around out in the wild. We have 2 ravens and an echidna. And we ourselves have a stray yak bull and a stray horse. Is this still the one that you drew, Cooler? Sounds like a fasting test. Sounds like you're right. It's a fasting test that has to be done before 7 o'clock in the morning, and the place I get it done at opens at 6:30 in the morning. Only on Saturdays. Every other day of the week it opens at 7:30 in the morning, so I have to be there only on a Saturday, and I have to be literally the first fucking person in line to actually get in time to get my blood test done on time. So, it's fun. I only need to do it every 3 months, though. It's okay. Which means now I'm good till March. It's okay, though. I don't mind getting up super early, actually. If anything, it fixes my sleep schedules. All right, who is our expedition leader? Wave Depletion is the expedition leader. Really? I was not expecting you. I was expecting... Which one was it? Chronoman? The planter? But Wave Depletion is the expedition leader. A worshipper of Burr. She is very strong. It must be the great affinity for language, the willpower, and the good intellect, as well as the great musical sense. She doesn't generally think before acting. She is often nervous and tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance and is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors. She likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. And she tends to avoid crowds and only... lost my spot. She tends to... Grateful when others help us out. In discussions. She doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. Tends to hang on to grievances. Wave was the one I put points in speaker. Yes, you are correct. Competent speaker. Adequate poet. Novice musician. Swap the, speaker and musician, and we're in business for reality. It does nothing. Walk away and let it flop around on the ground for all eternity, Cooler? All right, dwarves. Does anybody here like wood? I need somebody to do the wood thing. Well. Dreams of raising a family. I'm looking for someone who actually likes craftsdwarfship or dreams of mastering a skill. You like craftsdwarfship and mastering skills. Let's put you onto carpentry. Start hacking down trees. And let's get some wood cleared. Sure, the elves will love us, but that's okay. We're allied with them. They'll forgive us for the initial constructions. I'm sure. Did I actually assign the animals to this? Yes, I did. Cool. Before I actually start hacking down too many trees, though, what do we have around here? Cherries. Ooh, what can I do with cherries? Almond. We got nuts. Bayberry. Cherry. Lots of cherry trees. Alder. Weird, like, hissing sound is going on. It's not coming from my headphones. I already checked. Which is perplexing. Where are you coming from? Mysterious hissing noise. As far as ground plants, we got prickleberries, strawberries, ooh, raspberries, rhubarb. All right, yeah, we're gonna have a good variety of alcohol, me think. All right, let's get our planter. Well, not a planter. Let's get, wait, what? Let's give you some other farming-esque tasks, because I need a cook. We don't actually have a cook yet. And if I recall correctly, yes, you dream of raising a family. You're the one who's frustratingly sloppy and careless with every task she sets out to carry out. That one, yes. So we're going to give you, we already have a brewer, so we're going to give you cooking. And I'm going to give you plant gathering. And we're going to get you gathering brewing materials for us. Yeah, I'm thinking cherry wine for sure. Definitely thinking cherry wine for sure. So because this fortress is so close to so many human and elf settlements, it's going to be customary, I think, and spring has arrived. It's going to be customary for us to make our fortress primarily above ground. I'm thinking we could do like some below ground housing for like the employees or something like that. But I'm thinking we're going to do a lot of stuff out of clay. A lot of stuff out of clay and like maybe like, can we do clay goblets? I don't actually know. This will be a fun fort, I think. I got a good feeling about this one. Although there is very much the distinct possibility that we could just get invaded by fucking goblins because there's a lot of goblins close by. And they're actively invading forts that are like right next door to us. Also, I haven't said this enough, but thank you very much to everybody who's here early. I know, like, people are like, early? 2 hours and 41 minutes into the stream? Streamer, are you nuts? Well, probably, but that's besides the point. I don't want to just make a little wood stockpile over here. Let's get that wood transported. Anything else popped up? Nope, just the ravens and the echidna. Now this is going to be a super cozy, like almost Farmville-esque, like DF fort. It's going to be very Stardew. Stardew fort. So you know what would be kind of neat? You know what would be kind of neat? If we put them on like platforms. You know what I'm kind of saying? So, like, raise the floor up a little bit. We also need to do a bunch of above-ground farming, I think, as well as some below-ground farming. Because we, you know, we're a dwarven tavern, so we need the dwarven specialties. What the fuck are you blinking for? Is there, like, a plant or something that needs to be harvested? There's got to be a plant there that needs to be harvested. Got something wrong with elves? I don't believe elves ever wronged you. Generally, it's just the dwarves that go around wronging the elves. Insert generic elf meme here, and then I will insert my generic comment of how you shouldn't hate all elves just for being elves. That's mighty racist of you. It's dead. Hallelujah. Congrats, you did it. Not fond of cannibals. I'm not one to judge another person's culture. Oh, there's our echidna. Local echidna. checking out what we're doing. I mean, I'm not particularly fond of them, but I don't really have anything against elves. If they want to attack me, I'll fight them, but they're frankly a little bit comedically weak. They're a boring opponent. But I don't know. I'm there. It is the one part of the Dwarf Fortress community that I'm kind of tired of, is the whole let's just meme about how it's fun to murder elves. It's like is about my opinion of that. It's just, it got old. So like you kind of, in this stream, you kind of get your one joke about that. And then after that, it's like, hey, stop. So that's your one. Yeah, no, the tree embargo can be annoying, but if you're actually chopping down enough trees to crush their embargoes, then I'm impressed, actually. All right, so this will be our meeting hall, which I think I'm going to turn into a temple. But it's just going to be our initial. Some days our Cheerios just taste bad. I actually can't remember the last time I had a Cheerio. Like, jokes aside, I genuinely cannot remember the last time I had a Cheerio. It's got to be at least 4 or 5 years. It's a type of cereal. Or it's a brand of cereal, I guess. Weird, like, hissing sound coming from my coffee. I think oxygen's escaping from it. Or pressure. I woke up too damn early today to go get blood taken away from me. But it's okay. They were willing. I was willingly giving them my blood, so it's acceptable. If it was unwilling, okay. If it was unwilling blood taking, then that would be bad. But no, I willingly gave them my blood this morning. Did you stop freaking me out up there? Jesus Christ, Redbeard. But yeah, they're little circular cereals. Yeah, no, I want to say it was like 2 or 3 days ago, this person came into my stream and was very offended at the fact that I was trading with elves. And I was like, well, you know, they keep bringing me unicorns, so I'm going to keep trading with them. And then then they basically ordered me to kill them. And then I was like, keep telling me how to play my game and you can just leave. And that's kind of where I'm at this point with elves. It's like, if you're just going to order me to play with elves according to your morals of how elves should be, then yeah, we're not gonna be very good friends, unfortunately. Which is like really fucking stupid, but some people just like choose that to be the hill that they die on. Need to wait for them to finish building that. Come on, dwarves, go drink your booze. Sheesh. As long as you can buy warbears. Yep. Fighting over alcohol. Typical dwarfs. After we build this building, I need to build a storage hall. I do want my furniture to not... Actually... What can I do out of clay? I can do clay jugs, bricks, statue, clay pots, hives, jugs, gotcha. It's been a long time since I've seen elephants in DF. The last elephants I saw were wild. And there was also some undead ones in that biome. That was kind of terrifying. It's been a while since I've had tame elephants. Probably about 6 months. But Dabby Dibby Doo, how are you? How have your days been? I hope life's been treating you at least moderately acceptably. Why are you canceling that? Just move the damn wood out of the way. Probably because there's another dwarf trying to haul that wood somewhere. Be my bet. Yep. Other dwarves hauling them. So since this is just going to be a one-floor building, I think I'll just put a ramp right there. We can get rid of it later. We're going to need it for construction. Can't wait to actually make a bunch of step ladders and get the dwarves harvesting stuff from trees. Get some really nice stuff on this map. Let's unforbid that. Now the log is gone from the base. I always love the way above ground forts end up looking. Need to hack down that tree over there on the side. There we go. They have step ladders? They do indeed have step ladders. They've had step ladders for a while. Few versions. You can designate areas, which I'm actually going to do. So if I make a zone down here, I can designate this zone as a G, which is gather/pick fruit. I can set them to pick fruit from trees, so if they have step ladders, they'll run into that area with a step ladder, climb the tree, pick the fruit, climb back down. Pick berries and pull tubers, and gather fallen fruit. Problem with that is if something removes the step ladder while they're standing there, then they can't get back down. Now this becomes a problem when how come I can't put a floor there? You certainly do have access to that. Weird. Actually, you know what? I know how I'm going to do this. It becomes a problem when something removes the step ladder, because then they can't get back down. And then you just have a dwarf that lives in a tree until they starve to death. Very perplexed as to why they can't get there. Odd. That is odd. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, it doesn't happen super it was way worse in the last version, but since the February update, it's been a lot better. Mostly because just build a temp ramp on the opposite side. I mean, they should be able to just get up there, which is odd. But I don't know. I'm not worrying about it too much. It's fine now. Yeah, no, to anybody who's just tuning in, this is a fortress that is part of a series that I'm doing called Day Forts. So every single Saturday, I play a unique fortress with a unique theme. This fort, we are building an above-ground fortress, which is focused on brewing alcohols for guests in a tavern. So we're going to build a really big tavern. This is just kind of going to be the initial meeting room for my dwarves, and will probably become some sort of small temple or storage room. I haven't decided yet. One of the two. But making nice high ceilings for it regardless. It's got to be nice. Then we got to get lodging up and running for our dwarves, because that's the next priority, is lodging. Because we're going to get quite a few dwarves sent in. Not entirely sure how I'm going to do lodging. Might just do the dig one tile down and then just build a space for them to live. But I don't know. Is this the tavern? Nah, this is nowhere near big enough for a glorious tavern. Come on, please. This is a tiny room. Besides, I literally just stated that this is a temporary meeting hall before we get our actual tavern built. So this is just going to be where the dwarves are going to kind of congregate initially. Although I do need to find us some stone, so hopefully there's some stone close by on one of the local hills, because I'm not really digging down today. Let's take a peek. Aha, there we go. That'll do. Rock salt. Got a nice little layer of rock salt. Got red sand, too. And sand, so we could do glass. Fancy. I like it. If I go one layer down, what are we looking at? Mostly mud. Mud and clay. Clay and mud. Glass goblets. Yeah, I guess we could do that. But yeah, no, this is just where we're gonna put kind of food, ammo, gems, finished goods, leather, cloth, not wood. Just kind of our stuff is just gonna kind of go in here for right now. Let's let the dwarves finish putting stuff away. Yep, I very much did. I just didn't see anything or any reason to respond. I know that there's a lot of interest, or not a lot of, but there's some holdout interest for me returning to games like that, and it's never going to happen. And I'm tired of saying no. But yes, no, I'm well aware. In fact, I was certainly aware of that update about 6 months ago. I've known for a while. Dwarves are like fighting over foodstuffs right now. Also going to make a workshop. And you know what? Wave depletion, what was your goal? Dream of raising a family. Let's give you wood and stone crafting. I mean, like, this is what I'm always worried about, right? Like, it's... I don't know. Dabby. I don't know. The old days were fun, but they're the old days. All right, well, I want to do doors out of stone, but it looks like the only stone we really have on the surface is that rock salt up in the top right, so I'll have to grab that pretty soon. I'm also gonna need to, I think we'll do the tavern in one building, and then do the... we'll do the tavern in one building, and then we'll do like cooking and brewing in a different one. Also, we're quite fortunate. It hasn't rained yet. So dwarves are, aside from being super annoyed about lots of things, rightfully so, they seem pretty happy so far. But they have lots of work to finish up, so we'll just let them finish up all this work. And then after that, we can go start hacking into that. Ooh, flowers and stuff. What's popping up? Ah, rhubarb leaves. Gee, look at that. Beautiful. So I'm going to make a flow zone. Gonna flow out to there. Set that to a meeting area. No meeting area in particular, just meeting area. We're almost done building the roofing of this. Above ground construction takes a long time. But it's getting done, so that's good. I feel like above ground forts are an interesting, unique challenge because they tend to crumble way quicker than below ground forts. It's way easier to make a below ground fort just self-sustaining and infinitely defendable. Whereas with the above ground forts, it's a lot harder. God, our plant gatherer must have like 1 billion plants in his inventory because he's moving so slowly. Yup. Look at all that. All of that is plants. I mean, you don't need to apologize. It's fine. I'm not bothered by you telling me. I'm just always worried that people expect responses. Yeah, we're going to do above and below ground farming. We're going to do both. We're also doing above ground plant gathering. All right, let's give gold poke stoneworking. Gathering plants is like incredibly OP. I used to love eating. Now it's just I look at eating and I think about needles. Doesn't quite have the same effect anymore. All right. Let's make a bunch of barrels. Just get ahead of the barrel game. Then we'll make some. Actually, you know what? No, not barrels. Let's do beds, and we'll put some temporary sleeping beds in that room as like a bunker. Am I going to have a freezes? I'm not super sure. It said warm, but we're also quite far north, right? Like, that's glacier right there. So it remains to be seen. There was definitely like, there's definitely gonna be seasons. I don't know how noticeable they'll be. We might see some like blooming and leaves falling in the fall. Yeah, it's hard to say. I'm kind of hoping we'll have freezes, though. That would be nice. DF winter is really pretty. Heavy snowfalls in Dwarf Fortress is indeed really pretty, yeah. Better than Edmonton winter? Are you in Edmonton? I was in Edmonton relatively recently last year. Went to a festival out there. Went to Chaos, Alberta.
This is madness! Madness.
Oi, oi, hobo. Yeet. How is we? It's good to see ye. Okay, I can get rid of that ramp up. Let's do wood. Let's just make a couple wood cups. Just so that we don't have to, you know, drink without cups and mugs. All right. Or you can have mining. Let's hack out some of this rock salt over in the corner. Yeah, no, I guess the thing, Dabby, if you're still listening, that I need to remind you is that I get a lot of DMs. I also get a lot of DMs in the form of demands. Okay, maybe not a lot, but I have gotten a lot of those in the past. So when I read DMs like that, it's very much, from my point of view, it comes across as a, hey, stream this. Or stream this or else. So generally, I just don't respond to them. If you're excited to share something, post it in the Discord publicly, and then you'll get my response. But if you DM something to me like that, odds are I won't respond. Because I get enough DMs that it's like, I can't respond to everything. Okay, so you're working on beds. And then I need a stone stockpile, which I will put down here. Bring all of them building materials down. In a bit, gotta do some shiz in an hour and a bit. Gotcha, Hobo. I'm sorry for not wanting to play games yesterday. I barely left my bed yesterday, dude. Like, I was in bed, like, the entirety of the day, and then I just went hunting and fishing with Kevin in the evening. It's just kind of where I'm at. I just haven't been playing games with people on Discord recently. Not because I don't love you guys, but just because, like, I just can't be asked to get out of bed when I'm not streaming. All right, let's make a bunch of doors. That's what we got to do first. There's probably a lot of rock hauling coming over. Was fun. I need to actually fucking play Portal 2 in co-op. Because I've literally never had somebody to play that game with. I need to ask a friend of mine if they'd be down. Because that game gets really cheap during sales. Wait until it's like $2 and then just gift it to a bunch of people and be like, fucking play co-op with me! I've never actually played the Portal 2 co-op. I've watched a full Let's Play of it, so I know what it is, but... because I wanted the lore. But I've never actually played it myself. Alright, sweet. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So, Hobo, if you're only just tuning in, this is Beerbelches. This is a tavern fortress. We are building a tavern. Hopefully we'll get guests. If we don't, that'll be big disappointment. We're in the middle of everything. So hopefully we get guests. Like I said, it would be a mighty disappointment if we don't get any guests. But we're going to be doing a lot of crafting, and hopefully we don't get invaded by goblins and horribly die. Or maybe hopefully we get invaded by goblins and we horribly die. You were just overthinking it. Isn't that usually how it goes? Is like you super duper overthink things and then just like, this must be this overly elaborate thing. But in reality, it's actually just mind-numbingly dumb and I'm an idiot. So yeah, that's just going to be our little living space for our dwarves initially. And pretty quickly we need to start working on big ol' tavern room. But yeah, no, Squawk, I'd be totally down with a King Gizzard jazz album. Microtonal jazz album. I'd be super into that. Or even just like a couple singles. Kind of in that area. I've gotten way too into just listening to old music that I used to listen to when I was younger. Recently, though, I've kind of fallen down rabbit holes of like I've gotten back into listening to Under Oath. Like that's where I'm at right now. Like old Under Oath. Then Iron Maiden and bands from the early 2000s, like the last 48 hours. Been on kind of a early 2000s music kick. Which is a good kick to be on, I think. Probably have like a bajillion plants. All right, so these need to be set as a dormitory. Why am I expecting you to say, oh, it was bad? Yeah. I mean, I listened to some bad music when I was a kid, and I still like some of that bad music. Like, I'd be lying if I were to say that, like, oh, I listened to music as a kid that was impeccably good. Like, I certainly had some taste in music. Hey, Infinity, enjoy the lyrics. I certainly had some taste in music that was, like, solid music that I listen to now, but I think the majority of it now, it's like, I think about it and I'm like, yeah, I had bad taste when I was younger. But, you know, like with everything, taste changes and evolves over time. Like, there was certainly a point in my life where there was some real shit music that I thought was amazing for one reason or another. But, you know, I grew up. My taste got better with that. Is that true, or or is this like some sort of rude joke? Trumpet dog. I mean, like when I was younger, I was listening to Iron Maiden. There's good Iron Maiden, and there's also some really bad Iron Maiden. It's true. Wow. I didn't realize they were allowed to play. I was gonna say I didn't realize they were allowed to play music in hospitals. That seems odd. Oh, also, Hobo, my Lego kit arrived this morning. So assuming we get that tip goal filled by Christmas, I will build a train on stream. For anybody who missed it, I've got a tip goal on the intro screen scene for the value of that train, which I'm gonna build on stream. Because I actually have the desk space now to reasonably build Lego kits again. Oh, hey, look at this. That's stuff falling from the trees. What trees are these? Ah, cherries. Good shit. All right. Oh, tips only. Yeah, tips only. I mean, if you want to throw bits, I won't complain. But it's to fill the bar is tips. Realistically, I will do the train build regardless. But that's just if you guys want to help pay for it. Building chairs and tables so the dwarves have somewhere to sit. And then we will begin working on a tavern. Although actually I think I'm just gonna wait for them to do that. Can you over here, can you get us some crutches, some splints? Thanks for the $5, Hobo. Cheers, man. And some wheelbarrows. And the step ladder. Get all that stuff built. How do you like your job, Redbeard? You want a proper bedroom. I don't blame you. This dwarf, Goldpoke's quite happy. Very satisfied upon improving masonry. You made a friend. And of course, I will have to do the yearly tradition of playing through Portal on Christmas, which I kind of made a tradition last year. I'm going to hold to it. So we're going to play through all of Portal. Portal 1. It'll be a short playthrough, but it'll be fun. Alright, so Ara's become a miner. Goldpoke has become a mason. Basic dwarf skills are getting going. This can be designated as a dining room, dining room, dining room, dining room. As far as length of today's stream goes, I don't know. Today could end up being a very long stream. It kind of depends on how I'm feeling once we get like halfway through stream. So it'll either be like just a 1-game stream, or it could become a 2-game stream. I don't know. I got like the mental fortitude to do it, but I did wake up at 4:50 in the morning. So I don't know. We'll see how we're feeling by like 2 p.m. to figure out how long today's stream's gonna be. Also, now that I see that thing pop up, my shirt should be arriving pretty soon, or rather my sweater. It's gonna be kind of nice to actually have like merch from my stream team. Be kind of nice. All right, I do have to upgrade these doors from these disgusting wooden cups though. Not super fond of that. I'm trying to like figure out how we want to build this fort. If anybody has ideas on how we should build this fort, let me know. I'm open to ideas and feedback. Let's get those 4 chairs in there. There we go. Now they'll actually have like places to sit. There's a very scared echidna over there. Wonder what made it panic. Probably just the dwarves running back and forth. Dwarves are terrifying after all. I swear to Christ. Twitch, are you going to give me a you should run a multiplayer ad with your next ad break every fucking 30 seconds? It's been more than that. So 2 times since I've started stream today, Twitch has given me this notification on my dashboard saying you should run a multiplayer ad, which is actually a fucking joke. Can you not, Twitch? That'd be cool. It's like, I do bounties. Isn't that enough for you, Twitch? How much more do you need me to raise for the fucking Amazonian overlords? I swear to Christ. Not exactly happy with that. It's like, I get it, you desperately need me to make you all of the money, but no. No, I'm not gonna do that. It's just a little bit gross. That being said, I'm kind of curious to be in a stream when somebody uses that shit, because I want to see what it's like. I do think that shit's probably just the most obnoxious, insufferable garbage ever, but it's also hard to tell, so. This is going to be our tavern, by the way. If you hadn't picked up on it, chat. We're a little lurky this morning, but that's okay. I did that off by 1 pixel. do it that way. Check, can we get a round of beers? We're a little lurky. Just curious about how many people are listening to the stream right now. Also fitting because Tavern Fort. Just got here. Fair enough. I mean, it's been quiet for the last 15 minutes. I'm just kind of rambling to myself. It's okay, though. I'm just building a fort. I think I know how we're going to build out this tavern. Got a pretty good idea. We'll need lots of room for activities. Hope you're doing well today, though, Burger. Did I fuck this up? Seriously? No, I didn't. Okay, cool. I've only just gotten out of bed. Hey, man, you can't be as bad as me yesterday. Yesterday, I got out of bed for the first time at 7 in the morning, made breakfast, went back to bed. Got out of bed at noon, made lunch, ate lunch, went back to bed. Got out of bed at about 5 p.m., made dinner. Kind of half went back to bed for about an hour, and then got up again and played video games with a friend of mine until 11:30 at night, at which point I went back to bed. I was mostly in bed for most of the day. It was wonderful. It's a good thing we didn't have an after hours that day, a halcyon after hours, or it would have fucking broke me. Voozle, thanks for the channel points towards the day off, because fucking God, I need it. Ideally, in the next 4 days, although I don't think we're going to pull that off. Because if you guys give me enough channel points to take a day off in the next few days, then I can watch The Expanse for a day and forget that you guys exist for a bit. Neil, thanks for the host, by the way. Missed that 7 minutes ago. Uh-oh. I see combat log. What that? What is that? An echidna's... Oh. Echidna rolls into a ball. Unrolls. Stands up. Wait, what? How is that combat? Yeah, and apparently new season soon, TM. So, yeah, excited for new season of The Expanse. Let's just let them work on this, because there isn't too much more I can do. We have plenty of alcohol, plenty of food, So it's just kind of a... We'll just let them work on it for a little bit. Also, this is the step ladders in action right here. Dwarf climbing the tree. Not sure what you're picking right now. What's in your inventory? Wait, what? Nothing currently. Oh, I see, because you left it on the ground, that's why. Almonds. You're picking almonds. To get ready for the new season. I'm a little worried because, like, I liked the most recent season, but season 3 I found excruciatingly boring. Like, season 3 was very much kind of a low point for me, so I'm very much hoping they... I think do a better job is the wrong word. I hope that it's not another season 3. Season 4 was good. I enjoyed season 4. It was different, but good. Loved the first season and loved the second season. So, like, I know that it's a show that got dropped originally. It makes sense to me why they would drop that show after the third season, because that third season was fucking weak. But outside of that, I do really love the show. Oddly enough, when I was living with my parents temporarily earlier this year, I got my mom into that show. So, which I wasn't expecting because she's not really into the hard sci-fi stuff. Totally, yeah. Season 3 was just kind of dull. Like, I felt like they didn't really get anywhere, and a lot of the things that made the show unique were just kind of gone. But aside from that, I'm kind of trying to go in pretty blankly. You tried to get all your friends into it with no luck. I do have a friend I'm trying to get into it right now, but she's kind of made it clear that she's not that into sci-fi, so... It's like whenever I suggest watching space stuff, she's like, eh. Even like space documentaries, which is odd. Crime shows? Fuck yeah. Space? Eh. There just isn't enough good hard sci-fi, and whenever hard sci-fi comes out, it either just has a limp dick ending to the first season and it gets canceled, or nobody watches it and they cancel it due to poor numbers. So, although I will continue just sitting here, pleasantly waiting and hoping and praying that one day we get an Elite Dangerous series. Like, if Arc can have an animated series, we should be able to have an Elite series. Come on. I would even take, like, an animated Elite Dangerous series. I would definitely take an animated Elite series. Some migrants have arrived. Extra pairs of hands. Excellent. What time of year is it? Midsummer. Jesus, we need to build, not living quarters. Ooh, a trapper. Don't actually want a trapper, but I do want a hunter. And you're a herbalist. Plant gathering, good. We can also put you on milling, and we can also check you on brewing. We'll just let them all arrive, and we'll see what we actually get. So we're going to need some more dwarves, so if you would like to get into this fortress, now's a good time to chuck your hand in the air. I thought it was like during Season 3's production, Vuzel. Also, I totally like mixed your name in with Drawlith because your names are the same color, Mubby. I didn't actually see that you said that until after Drawlith responded to you. So yeah, if you'd like into this fortress, let me know. We're now up to 10 dwarves. I think that's everything. Trumpet Dog would like in. Good shit. We can do that. Well, we'll give you a shearer. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. So you know what? We can give you stone crafting, glass making, and weaving. Should be hype. In theory, should be hype, yeah. Audio, what up? Society flourishes when lawbreakers are punished, says Saigon, who is now known as Trumpet. No, not cheese. Of Salat, okay? Trumpet Dog. Also, hi, Oafs. How you doing? He personally finds maintaining decorum a silly, fumbling waste of time. Is completely wrapped up in his own appearance, talents, and other abilities. He is quick to anger and can handle stress, is somewhat quarrelsome and bothered by this, as he values friendship and occasionally overindulges. He's curious and eager to learn, and quick to form negative views about things. As always, chat, if you would like to, are you saying that you're a cheesy individual, of Slot? If you'd like to follow along with this fort, there's a link right there. If you want to follow along with the actual, like, day ins and day out, you can find that right here in the week 3 tab. This is the actual fortress itself. There's the week 3 tab, including a shot of the before and soon to be after of the fortress. The image, the group name, and the fort name, starting 7, all that stuff. Beerbelches? I mean, well, we are a tavern, so it's fitting. But welcome to the fortress, Trumpet. And then oafs, you can be a herbalist if you don't mind. He feels satisfied at work, but was interested near a fine bed. Sometimes feels sad after being separated from loved ones. Well, your wife is here, Ton. By the way, the next person Oafslot is gonna be your wife. So, does anybody want to be Oafslot's wife? How you doing, Axon? It's good to see you, man. 57 years old, born on the 9th of Glenna in the year 263. Very skinny, long sideburns that are braided, a long mustache that's neatly combed, a long beard that's neatly combed, and a very short hair that's neatly combed. His nose is sharply hooked, and his nose bridge is very convex. His eyelashes are quite long, and his somewhat short ears are somewhat narrow. His hair is raw umber, and his skin is dark tan. If the sound commands aren't working for you, it's probably because you need to subscribe to me at either tier 2 on Twitch or support me at $7 a month on Patreon. It is how I keep the show funded. I fart and burp and have a huge beard. I mean, that's pretty standard for dwarfish stuff, things, methinks. He personally strongly values tranquility and quiet competition, and sees competition as wasteful and silly, and finds maintaining decorum a silly, fumbling waste of time. Dreams of mastering a skill, does not generally respond to emotional appeals, and is very trusting. He is given to flights of fancy, to the point of distraction, and does not easily fall in love. You know, generally, Ocelot, I hate to say that you're not unique or something, but most living creatures fart, burp, and have beards somewhere on their body. Not necessarily on their face, but unless you're a reptile, you probably have a beard. Maybe even reptiles have beards. It just might be a spiky beard. Like bearded dragons, for example. He likes to take it easy and tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and rarely feels discouraged. He is grateful when others help him out, and tries to return favors. He has little interest in joking around and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and is somewhat focused with satisfied needs. Reptiles with dwarfy beards. I'm sure that just Google reptile with beard. You'll find it. Rawlitz, congrats. You are now Oaf's wife. She sometimes feels sad after being separated from loved ones. It's kind of fitting that we get the little bit of wedding music that I have in this playlist right as I'm reading Oaf's wife. It's oddly fitting. She's impervious to the effects of stress and has great trouble in mastering fear. When confronted by danger, she takes no pleasure in her talents or appearance. Literally, it's on fucking shuffle, my dude. There's 47 tracks in here. So. She accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act what the current situation demands. Forms only strong emotional bonds with others. Wait, hold on, what? She forms strong and emotional bonds with others and tends at times to her detriment. She prefers to present herself modestly, has a greedy streak, and lives a fast-paced life. She likes to brawl, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Her very long hair is tied in a ponytail. Her free-lobed ears are somewhat short. Her eyelashes are quite long. Her nose bridge is somewhat concave, and her head is somewhat narrow. Her hair is raw umber, and her skin is dark tan. Her eyes are cobalt. Sounds like a pretty little lady dwarf. And, yes, that's everybody. Fort's up and running. More hands to help us build this grand tavern. I suddenly just have this song stuck in my head. I feel pretty. Feel pretty. Can't even remember what that's from. I wanted to know what that vermin was. It appeared for a second and then vanished. Oh, fuck. Come on. There it is. What is that? Oh, it's a damselfly. The little dragonfly. That's cute. It's funny because most of this playlist is like ambient sounds, whereas like that one track is just like wedding music. I also have like some fantasy tavern music and stuff. It's like, I don't know, just kind of works. Is that what that's from? So I have somebody's pet lamb. I wonder whose pet that is. I need to check. Probably the shearer, I would imagine. Trumpet dog. Excuse me. Trumpet dog, you have a pet lamb. And yes, you are a shearer, so yeah, that's fitting. Do you like sheep? You like slabs and earrings and guinea fowls for their social nature and boogeymen for their terror-inspiring antics. Then why the fuck do you have a pet sheep? They taste good. Sheep taste good. Lamb tastes good. Lamb does taste good. I don't eat lamb particularly often. Last time I had lamb was at this particularly good shawarma place. In Edmonton, of all places. Can't remember what it was called, but it was tasty. I was drunk. Why is everybody playing League of Legends in 2020? It's like the world is ending and everybody's just gotten so bored they've gone back to playing League. A bunch of channels on Twitch that I've followed for 10,000 years, it feels like, are all of a sudden streaming League again for the first time in like 5+ years. And it's very strange to me. I'm like, what is wrong with you guys? Do you need help? Do I need to send you to therapy? Who do I need to throw money at to make this stop? I don't like this. This is uncomfortable. Yeah, I think we're gonna do the kitchens just above the tavern, like kind of where our wagon is right now. It's gonna take us a while to get these walls done. Are you guys building stuff? Uh-oh. Where did I... Ah. I see where I screwed this up. I mean, I have a few thousand hours in League, but I quit that game in 2014 for mental health reasons because it was... You know, it was just a game that all my friends played, right? So that was back when I was still in the mindset and mode of I'll play the games that my friends play. So I played Dota, I played League, I played Heroes of New Earth, I played Counter-Strike, I played some various free-to-play games. I played tons of games that I'm not going to say are out of my realm of games that I play. Like I played Battlefield Bad Company 2, Battlefield 2, Battlefield 3, Titanfall. I played the games that my friends played, and that was like what I did with games for years. And then there was just kind of a point where I snapped and said, fuck it, I'll play the games I want to play. And now I don't play any games that any of my friends play, except for my friend Kevin, where we play Ultimate Fishing Simulator and Hunter Call of the Wild together because we're old fogies. You lost the battle to stay awake. It's okay. You are permitted to lose the battle to stay awake. We're building a tavern fort, if you missed that bit. Don't worry, I lost the battle of staying awake yesterday for most of yesterday. We need an empty bucket. We can queue up a few buckets, I think. Is it V? No, that's barrel. Well, we'll do 2 barrels anyway. Where are buckets? There they are, E. I wonder if my words per minute has increased since I started playing DF a lot. But yeah, no, this is going to be our big old tavern. Thinking we're going to do two doors. I think we'll do one like right here. 2 sets of doors, rather. We'll do 2 right there. We're going to have to hack down a lot more trees, I think. I don't see a problem with this. Good thing trees grow pretty quickly. And then we'll do a door on over on the other side as well. I'm thinking kind of like a little bridge thing up and over. Actually, I was going to do... We'll do door up there because I was going to do kitchens up above, kind of where the wagon is. I'm already seeing strawberries and various other good drinks and stuff. But yeah, no, competitive multiplayer games and me don't get along anymore because I get way too into the games I play, and most competitive multiplayer games require some semblance of good vision. So when you're visually impaired, it's very difficult to keep up with people that have literally better physical senses than you. So when the people that you're trying to keep up with have better senses, it's quite the challenge to play along at the same rate and speed and keep up with your peers, I guess. Destroyed by a fire-breathing beetle titan made of coke. Don't forget that that bit. The fire-breathing beetle titan made of coke. Granted, I willingly let it die to a fire-breathing beetle titan made of coke. Was it Charlie Sheen? What was its name, actually? Hold on, let me check. It was Fafire, a gigantic quadruped composed of coke. It has wings and a bloated body. Beware its webs. Should actually post that in last week's chunk of the Google Doc. At least it wasn't made of Pepsi. Piping hot Beepus. But yeah, this is what we're doing with current fort stuff. So I'm actually like screenshotting shit and chucking it in here for you guys. Autumn has come. Should probably build a trading depot. We don't really have any trade goods though. Guess I'll be selling them plants. Although, I could just start making menacing wind spike. You know what? We'll do that. After we get the trade depot done. I always forget how long it takes to do construction like this until I actually do it. Like, we've been here for almost a year, and I've built a building and a half. I mean, I could do a full scrapbook thing. Do you want it to be a full scrapbook? Although, something I do need to do is write down the names of the dwarves that have come since. Which is... and Trumpet Dog. Thanks, Darren. Bringing those over, those over. Kind of thinking we should make this tavern 2 floors. Kind of thinking that. Also, you are going to get canceled because I need to make it downstairs so that we can have food storage underground. And thanks for coming back from the lurks. I don't know what else to say, really. Oh, well. Outpost liaison has arrived. It was Toulon. Unfortunately, we have not had the chance to give them a place to unload their goods yet. Whoops. My bad. My bad, guys. Well, we'll get better on that, yeah? We're working on a lot of construction here. It's keeping us busy. Thanks, Stone. I'm kind of hoping that within the next few days, you guys can give me enough for a day off so I can just binge watch 3 episodes of The Expanse and be sad that they're only putting out 3 episodes at a time. Let's build that over that, and we'll make that out of rock salt, I think. These are all the suspended jobs. Let's unsuspend all these. Then we'll work on the walls. My name is Toulon. I am your expedition leader. My name is Toulon. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. If anybody wants to look this dwarf up, feel free. There is much to share. Information has been added to the civilizations and world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? What requests do I have of your... Oh, I know. Pets. Livestock. We need dogs. We need kitties. Let's ask for some cattle. Maybe a bull. Piggies. Hens and roosters. Ducks and drakes. Let's do llamas. And turkeys. Oh, I should have asked for silk. That well. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your craft store ship. You know, every now and then, new game launchers, you like to count streamers that play it on your follow. Oh, a new game launches, okay, and you like to count streamers. 28 people's live to play Cyberpunk. You follow good people. I wouldn't necessarily say you follow good people because that would imply people that are playing Cyberpunk are bad people. I think you just follow people with specific tastes. Thanks, Hobo. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. 130 megs left. It's almost done. You can go get your crappy free skins. I mean, like today, I'm just going to for reference, there's 45 channels live that I follow. I'm going to read out, not the channel name, but who's playing Cyberpunk, or I'm going to read out the games they're playing. Cyberpunk 2077, Cyberpunk 2077, Slasher's Keep, Finish Roller, whatever the fuck that is, Cyberpunk, Final Fantasy, Mystery Funhouse, whatever that is, Retro. Oh, it's because the NES Charity Marathon's happening. Gotcha. Shadowrun Returns, Cyberpunk, Timberborn, Spelunky 2, Cyberpunk, Fall Guys, Minecraft, Science and Technology, Minecraft, Cyberpunk, Grand Theft Auto, Super Mario Sunshine, Just Chatting, Twin Mirror, Cyberpunk. Yeah, it's like there's like 2 or 3 in between every Cyberpunk stream, I'd say. But definitely like a good portion of the people I follow are playing Cyberpunk right now. So what exactly are you getting? Is it just like frames, or is it like weapons as well? Cooler. Oh, it's weapon skins, gotcha. Oh, so they're not actually unique weapons, they're literally just skins? Yeah, that's kind of less cool, I don't know. But I guess. The most recent version of the world is uploaded from last week, if you want it. Toulon Wave Abbeys, and he wasn't even 1 year old before he died to a bronze colossus. Sounds like a very flat dwarf. He must have been like a bad bottle of soda because he went flat early. Do you guys think this is a grand enough tavern, at least for now? You love your dwarves flat with syrup. Yep. Let's make a bunch of tables. You'd get smashed there. I mean, we don't have a roof on it yet, so I think it needs a mezzanine. It's almost like you've never watched my streams before, Besta. Like an outdoor area for drinking? Unfortunately, I can't place tables outdoors, though. I'm not actually going to trade with the dwarves this year because we don't really have good trade materials yet. Alrighty, dwarves, get to it. Kind of surprised I haven't run out of wood yet, honestly. Was that supposed to be a joke, or were you simply commenting on my joke? Because I think you're confusing making jokes with commenting on other people's jokes. I was like, just saying the puns are strong with this one isn't necessarily a joke in and of itself, but making a pun based on my pun would be a joke. I mean, you did comment on the fact that your adventurer was fighting with an undead owl, so it kind of goes without saying. On lollipops? Bastet? Or Hard Candy? It was a weird movie. Probably one of the weirdest movies I've ever seen. Was that an Ellen Page movie, Hard Candy? Yeah, it was. It's been a long time since I've seen the movie. Probably never need to see it again. Zombie wild turkeys? Those are just normal turkeys. Cooler, please. Clearly you've never seen a turkey in the wild. Why are you trying to get out of that area so fast? Is it like an unpleasant area to be? It's almost like you don't like it in that evil reanimating biome. Do you have a reason to be going through there? Sounds kind of like a bit of a nightmare. Traveling south? Why not go around to the evil reanimating biome? And it seems like we have some more migrants. Oh, we got a legendary. Competent hammer dwarf and a legendary poet. I'm not gonna say this dwarf is suspicious, but okay, you're a legendary speaker. Interesting. Who exactly are the new arrivals? 3 new arrivals from the looks of things? Ton, Aral, and Kel. If you would like to be in this fort, raise your hand. And they appear to have brought with them a kitten. Ton's pet kitten. We go by first come, first serve, Masab Osman, so first 3 are selected, and it's 3. Next run. Or next migrant wave, rather. An artisan, their materials, and the tools to shape them. He personally disregards tradition and doesn't care about friendship. Doesn't see cooperation as valuable and dreams of raising a family. He's quite comfortable around others that are different from himself and is rarely jealous, rarely feels discouraged, and isn't particularly ambitious, occasionally overindulges, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and he's surprised. When he's surprised, he has a very unique laugh. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Welcome to the fort, Touch Shriek. Bastet. She is sometimes sad after being separated from loved ones. Telework. Bastet. Telework. Kibbs, we'll get you in next. She personally has a negative view of those who exercise power over others. Respects and respects perseverance and finds romance distasteful and respects the law. That's a rare trait in this civilization, apparently, respecting the law. Also, to anybody who's new, if you type an exclamation point Dayfort, you'll get a link to this Google Doc with a collection of screenshots from the fort, previous weeks of the Dayforts, as well as an overview of the world. So if you want to follow along, you can do that there. Respecting the law, respecting the law. Respecting the law, respecting the law. She has a relentless drive and is completely consumed by ambition. She only rarely feels strong cravings and urges, and she tends to avoid crowds. She's often nervous and likes to keep things practical without delving deeply into the abstract. She can handle stress and has an active imagination, prefers to present herself modestly, and doesn't focus on material goods, generally finds herself quite hopeful about the future, and when she gets excited, she often tells stories without any real point. Welcome to the Fort, Bastet. And Tun, the Thresher. It's going to be Kim's. She is married to Tekkud. Crypt Kisses, that's a good name. I like it. Sounds like one of my emotes. I don't know. I've never played a Yazuka game, so I have no idea if that's a Yazuka reference. She personally values artwork, views loyalty unfavorably, and respects perseverance. She dreams of mastering a skill. She has a calm demeanor, tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. She is often cheerful. Sorry, I lost my spot. She's often cheerful, and she tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and she works to square this natural tendency with her respect of martial prowess. She bites her nails when she's nervous, and she stares intently when she's thinking. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Welcome to the fortress, Kibbs. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I think it was just a play on, like, breaking the law, but good job acquiring things, Cooler. This is gonna be underground food storage and stuffs. But yeah, no, I've never played a Yakuza game. They don't seem to be particularly appealing to me. They look pretty good for what they are, but not a style of game that I have any real interest in. Long-winded, Japanese crime thrillers, maybe in another life. We shall continue building. How am I gonna do this? Let's do a wall piece in the middle, and then I'll do the either side after. You know, on the topic of roguelikes, I wonder when Jupiter Hell's next update's coming out. I need to bother Epion about that. Also, I'm curious, is anybody else here looking forward to that new ADOM? Ultimate ADOM coming into early access in like a month and a half? Because that's probably already my most anticipated game for 2021. Oh, these are my new migrants? Okay, not my migrants, because yeah, it was like announced recently. Maybe the new one will convince you? Potentially. Potentially not, though. It looks kind of casualized, but that's not a bad thing in my opinion when it comes to roguelikes. The genre needs more entry points for people. Because currently it's very much lacking in that regard. Not a bad story from a baby that died before it was even 1 year old. Wait, how do you die in 1 year but also have that whole story? I'm missing something here, Stone. Need to build a little temporary. Oh, that's his mom. Okay. This makes more sense all of a sudden to me. There we go. Gotta do some temporary scaffolding, I think. It's kind of the whole vibe of my stream, though, Bastard. Relaxing. This is a pretty chilled out environment that we manage here. It's not bad for just a whole bunch of music that I licensed for not a huge amount of money. Yeah, no, I would say that Old Adom doesn't really age that well necessarily. Like, Old Adom is a classic, very much a classic, but it's also a classic that is old, you know? And when a game is old, that often comes with caveats, right? Aw, look at this kitten! What's it carrying? It's carrying a dead damselfly! Aw, kittens are adorable. And it left it right in front of the tavern. How cute. The kitten killed a big bug and left it there. Thanks, kitty. I appreciate the gift. Just like in real life, Dwarf Fortress kitties also bring you presents. Hello, Ponce. How are you? Ponce, I'm going to ask you a question that you probably don't have an answer to. But what the hell is wrong with people? In the last, I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks, a bunch of channels that I've watched for years have all suddenly started playing League of Legends again. Did something happen in League that made League interesting, or have people officially, completely, totally, and utterly fucking lost it because of the pandemic? Jack Nick, hello. I think chat's doing alright today. Chat, how we doing? A little bit lurky over there, but I think that they're, like, generally having a pretty good day. I woke up way too fucking early this morning to go give my blood generously to the lab so they can tell me how badly I've been taking care of myself over the past 3 months. So there's that. Chat seems pretty good. Jack Nerick just wanted to do the good old chat check-in. See how chat's feeling. Probably the latter. Yeah, I was gonna say new patches to League is like not something that would make, you know, your average streamer go back to playing a game that they haven't played in 5 years. Like off the top of my head, I know there was one more this morning that's kind of like, oh man, you've gone back to League? Like, good lord. Therapy's that bad recently. But how you been, Ponce? If you guys don't know Ponce, Ponce occasionally plays League, but generally plays good games. So you should follow Ponce. He insists that his show isn't worth watching, but any show that's put on Twitch is worth watching by somebody. Sometimes for Schadenfreude, sometimes for actual entertainment. We're building a tavern today in Dwarf. A big, glorious tavern. Which means I need more tables, probably. Like, contract to do some stuff? Like, for who? For Riot directly? Or am I misreading that? Gaming Stadium? Okay. Wait, are you like commentating esports shit? I don't know too much about how that world works. By that I mean I don't know how any of that shit works. This one track, like this one album out of all of the music that I've licensed is a little bit on the loud side. I don't like it. I need to look into VLC's settings and figure out some volume normalizing stuff. I mean, there are people who just do commentary for video games because that's what they do, right? Like, a friend of mine, Wavepunk, was originally just like a caster for Rocket League tournaments, and now he just does Twitch Rivals stuff as like a full-time gig. So, like, any game they're doing on Twitch Rivals, he's probably casting it. So it's like fucking Stardew Valley to a Rogue Company to I don't know, Fall Guys. So I think that there's certainly like like some of my favorite streamers early on Twitch were people like Rapid Casting, where he would just like do commentary over people's replays. Like I don't know, I like watching shoutcasting. Shoutcasting's just, and commentary of that sort's just fun to watch. Like good quality shoutcasting is just bloody entertaining. Hey Para, what's up? I know that's a retrograde Tom emote, but I always look at it and it looks like an old friend of mine's emotes who doesn't stream anymore. Competitive Stardew? Yep, they did that. That is definitely a thing that they did. Can confirm, they did indeed do that. I mean, good commentary makes something boring worth watching. You know, people watch baseball, so. Nope, that's a real event that they did. I know 2 people who took part in it. Oh, I see, I literally don't have enough wood. Well, time to cut down more trees. But I don't know. Would I make things up, Ponce? Would I lie to you? I mean, probably. That's besides the point. Oh, hey, look at this. My cellar is dug out. But yeah, no, I'm glad that you got stuff over at Gaming Stadium. Just, you know, especially if it's a paid gig. I don't know if it is, but I hope it is. Okay, we're also going to do some underground farming down here. So this will be the non-seed stockpile. And then I'm going to do a stockpile down here for seeds. Just seeds. So I will remove everything that isn't seeds. And then shut off barrels. They've been pretty cool every time you worked with them, so you like working with them? Fair. Well, the dwarves are beginning to bring all of the foodstuffs underground. Where it should be. Do I not have any bags? I have to make some bags. What the fuck? I actually don't know. Bobo. I kind of wish I did, but at the same time, I'm happy that I don't. I don't know. They've done some oddly strange Twitch Rivals events, but I'm not really one to judge, frankly. So chat, Twitch has been giving me this notification. I've checked my clock and I know how often they send it. This. Every 45 minutes. Every 45 minutes, I've gotten one of those on my dashboard. No, I'm not going to use your fucking new ads, Twitch. I didn't use the old ones. Not going to use the new ones. I don't know of a way to disable that. As I said earlier, if I wasn't fucking taking a break from Twitter, I would spam that at Twitch and say, hey, oi, fucking stop! Jesus Christ. Their boost thing? I think so. Isn't that the thing where you guys can, like, popularity contest boost me to the front page? How about instead, you just give me $1 on Patreon? I mean, it's not even that much time, right? It's what, like 30 minutes or something? But recommended things? Oh, I thought like it's legitimately puts you in the front page, Spindle. Just give me $7 a month on Patreon, and you can get 15% off if you subscribe for a whole year up front, and it gets you sound commands, and then I will give you sound commands for a whole year. There's quite a few of them now. Uh-oh, Redbeard, who are you fighting? What? Did you... The cherrywood log strikes the woodcutter in the lower leg, and the injured part explodes into gore. An artery has been opened by the attack, and the cherrywood logs strikes the woodcutter, the woodworker, in the lower body, and the injured part explodes into gore. Literally just got impaled by a piece of wood he was cutting down. I'm very sorry, Redbeard. Man. Who let him chop wood? Me. I gave him an axe. He dreamed of mastering a skill. I figured it would be good for him. I thought he would like it. I stepped on the 27th of Timber. Yeah. On the year 320. Redbeard died because he got crushed by a piece of wood that he cut down. How do you guys like the kind of screenshot collage I'm putting in here, by the way? Is this the sort of thing that you guys think is interesting? Because that's our initial embark. That's what he forgot to yell. Indeed, Voidbit. I saw you pop in earlier with the giving channel points to make me go away, which is very, very much appreciated, and thank you. But hello. Hi, officially. Welp, I guess it's time to dig some tombs. Well, also we need to dig more of these out, so might as well queue these up. Cue the sad emotional music. All right. I think that we're gonna do our tomb kind of like this. Just kind of dig out a little room over here. I don't know if we'll need all of this, but make a few coffins. And then I guess I'm gonna need a new woodcutter, yeah? I think that's the thing I'm gonna need. Man, that is so unfortunate. That is so unfortunate. Spreadsheets, if you want access to that spreadsheet, just exclamation point Dayfort. Exclamation point Dayfort in the chat, and you'll get that spreadsheet. And then you too can follow along in real time with what we're doing. We're getting that flooring built there so I can put a still there. Start brewing fruit and veggies into alcohol. Cool. What are you ninjaing? Oh. That is indeed a Warframe ninja. I like that gun though. That's a good gun model. But yes, officially, I guess, welcome to the stream then, Voidbit. If you have any questions or if you want to clarify anything or if you want information about the fort or what we're doing, just let me know. Or Dwarf Fortress in general. And manufacturing monkeys, hello. Yeah, I know. I know what Unreal Tournament stuff looks like, sir. There we go. Let's get this coffin over here. Coffin of rock salt. Ambient ominous sounds for the coffin placing. I'm not a UT expert by any stretch, actually. In fact, I would say I know very little about it, Unreal Tournament. But I know enough to recognize Unreal Tournament guns when I see them. So I'm certainly no expert, but I know enough. I accidentally made a bunch of this stuff out of rock. I mean, it probably looks better than Unreal Tournament stuff ever looked. Wondering if that dwarf's about to fall. You might. Nope. Okay, we're good. You're not deconstructing a floor underneath your own feet, are you, you big dumb? No, it doesn't look like it. All right, nobody get hit by those boulders, right? They coming down? Oh, they coming down. Excellent. This will be a nice place to visit in adventure mode, I think, once this is completed. All right. I need to, trumpet dog. You know, wave depletion. You don't actually have a job. Welcome to the realms of woodworking, wave depletion. I hope you like your new job. Please don't drop a tree on your head. Thanks. Used for burial. I've played UT on LAN a couple of times at one friend's house who had 3 LAN computers, although we preferred Quake, so we played way more Quake than other things. And there you go. Goodbye, Redbeard. You were a good dwarf. You think we'll ever see one of those were-panthers whose origins I discovered? Depends on what portion of the world they're in. Like, I remember when you were reading about all that stuff, I do not remember what part of the world that was. So location of the world depending. I don't know. Dang it. It's fortifications, not floor. It's capital F, not lowercase f. I need a lowercase f. Could probably almost open the tavern up. Yeah, we'll just let them do that. Workshop, still. But yeah, no, the tribes of the were-panthers, they are a rather interesting group. Yes. I mean, yeah, I don't know. It depends on what portion of the world they're in. There can't be... I mean, okay, so if they're part of the Gear of Wood are down here? Oh no, that's the raw arrow. Where's the gear of wood? I was literally looking at them. Granite urn. I need... Yeah, okay, never mind. They are where we were at. Or the gear of wood is actually very close here. We're the Iron of Hushing currently in Beerbelches of the Creative Hour, of course. Up to 12 dwarves. Still pretty humble fort. So what do you think, Cooler? Worth downloading all of the, going through the hassle of downloading all the new launcher and everything to get the game? Or to get the skins? Worth it or not worth it? Speaking of worth it, chat, you can go get Pillars of Eternity and Tyranny for free right now on the Epic Game Store. That's a lot of game for free. And there goes the little roof bit. We've almost finished the construction of the tavern. Then we just need to furnish it. Then at that point, we can open her up for business. I'm really hoping that we can get some fun and entertaining stuff in this fort. Granite Scully. The first musical instrument we are constructing. It's time to begin brewing drinks from fruits and other plants. Yeah, I think I need to actually make some bags. This is weird. Like, actually really weird. Sim's been a busy deity. What faction is Sim part of? Man, I really, really hope that we get visitors in this fort. Gear of wood? Okay, right, Dur. We'll begin furnishing the fortress, I think. Or not the fortress, the tavern. It's a hard thing to spam when you hit the wrong button and it cancels. Look at all those dwarves. It's just nice to see things get constructed. It's very satisfying. I mean, it just means we'll go out with the more evil intentions. Maybe if I want to dig too deep, maybe when we decide to do a dig too deep fort, we'll do that with the gear of wood. So Sui just commented on my Discord that her mom has had a laptop for 10 years and has never opened it. And it took me a few seconds to realize that they meant like open the bottom of it and cleaned it, not opened it as in like lifted the screen up. I was just like reading that and I'm like, I read it twice. I was like, I'm sorry, what, Sui? Excuse me? The guy who did, okay, so I wasn't the only one. I was just sitting there reading that like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, what? No idea what you're on about. How is that possible? Like, how do you use a laptop without opening it? Duh. Pardon me, I feel dumb. Sui, you okay? Right? Yeah. Or more like, Sui mom, you okay? I mean, I can tell you right now, my brain ain't okay, but that's par for the course. I just hope that you out there, chat. I hope that you guys are okay. YouTube algorithm has stopped being super nice to me. My videos that were getting tons of views every day are still getting views every day, but less views. Means it's time for some new DF news. Oi, Kit Fox, give a screenshot, please. Let's just let the dwarves haul all these. Good stuff. They, wonder what kind of alcohols we have. We're gonna have to actually check pretty soon, though. I'm seeing kiwi pits, however. Not kiwi pits, cherry pits. Kiwi seeds and cherry pits. We've certainly got some interesting stuff. Probably keep job cancellations on. For now, I'm in the Iron of Hushing. Hushing in the mountain was fence brush or fenced brushing. I mean, sure. Is it? I haven't looked. Fenced brushing. Sounds like something my dentist would tell me to do. Don't forget to do all your fence brushing. Wave depletion became expedition leader. You know, wave depletion, I think you're going to be a good leader to this fortress. You're on the fence about that? Are you going to brush the fence about that? Always? Well, I mean, a good fence that goes unbrushed is a waste of a perfectly good fence, after all. So we aren't going to do any defenses. So if we do get attacked by something, we're all fucking dead. Just saying. All right, so we more or less have enough tables and chairs that we could totally just open this up to visitors. Let's make that, oops, that's not what I wanted. Let's make that into a, no, not pen pasture, gather / pick fruit area. I need more seed stockpiles. I need to buy some bags from the next trader. So apparently I have none. Not sure how that happened, but... So this will be the creative owl, which was a generated name from the fortress name generator, and I liked it so much, I want to stick with it. So we're going to change this to the. Owl of Gilding. No. The first adjective. Creative. Owl. Connected work? Oh, because I generated the. Create the connected owl. The creamy owl, the creative owl. Creative dinner. Well, it's almost creative lunch for me. Holy shit, it's 1:45. I'm gonna go get my insulin out of the fridge in a moment. All right, chat. Tavern is open for business. Next, we're gonna start working on the kitchens. I will be back in a moment. I'm gonna go take my insulin out of the fridge. Not quite gonna do my lunch stuff, but I am gonna go take my insulin out of the fridge. I will be back in a moment. Chat, can I get a big round of beers? I'm also gonna use the toilet. Could I get a big round of beers? And if you haven't yet, we have been live for almost 5 hours. So if you've been watching the whole stream, I think it's maybe time to stand up and stretch. Stand up straight. Rotate your arms a little bit. I'll be back in a moment. Don't go anywhere too fast unless you want to. Thanks everybody for hanging out. BRB. Also, if you have sound commands, please annoy the chat with them. Looks like NS Scourge needs access to real beer. I'm just saying. That weeb mug won't do.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato, remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Those tables are indeed made of rock salt, which means if you need more salt on your fries, just roll them on the table. It's the only stone we have on the surface, so we're going to use it, damn it. Kestrel on the map? Telling stories? All right, who's telling this story? I'm actually kind of curious. Wait, what? The herbalist is telling a story. In the late winter of 319, the dwarf wave depletion, crypt sharks, became the expedition leader of the creative hour. You gotta moisten the salt so that it dissolves partly. Yeah, you do make... you don't need to lick the table. Just spill your beer on the table. And then roll the French fries in the spilt beer on the salt table, right? And then you get triple action. Double action. So you get the beer fries and more salt on your fries. Who doesn't like a good beer fry? I mean, come on. You're a story? I mean, being a story is good. I'm sorry about that, but... Aw, look at the little kitten bringing stuff food into the thing. Alright, well, I guess I need a refuse stockpile then. Gotta put those kitty pets somewhere. Yeah, exactly. Beer fries. Guess you're going to be a bar dwarf? I mean, this whole fort is about... We're just building a tavern. That's literally all that we're doing, so. A big old tavern. So I'm not digging down. We're doing everything up on the surface. It's been fun so far. A fort that I apparently have no bags in, which is a little odd. It's time to get farm plots up and running. I'm gonna do a few pretty big ones because I'm gonna need a mill so I can actually make flour. That's a paved road, not a farm plot, you silly. No bags. I mean, we're on year 1 still, so why do I need socks? Goats. Don't really need to worry about that until at least year 3. We got lots of time. But that's not going to be a point of industry for us. I'm sure all the dwarves already have socks. Why would they need more socks? It's not like this is the sock fort. This is the tavern fort. Although we did have a dwarf die due to a... oh, hey, there we go. The Buff Anvils, a performance troupe is visiting. Excellent. A dwarf and an elf, I think. Yep, a dwarf poet and an elf poet. Excellent. We're attracting visitors already. And Pack, the human swordsman, is visiting. Oh, right. Yeah, Dur. Of course you were the mayor of Socks. Yes, yes. Apologies, I forgot. I'm not playing Long Death, so my brain isn't set to Long Death mode. Also, I woke up at 4:50 in the morning to go get my blood taken, so. I'm still, like, remembering how to brain again after that. The waking up that early, not the... blood taken part. Kitchen time. But I hope you're doing well, Goats. It's good to see you again. I'm thinking that we do a little above ground open farming section up here that's kind of sectioned off from, like, let's do like fortifications. Use them as like a fence, I guess. Do like this. So that little chunk can be like outside. Oh, would you look at that? Spring is arrived. So I guess that answers the question. We're not getting any any snow here. But I am happy. I'm very happy that we're getting guests. I specifically put us in a spot close to a lot of civilizations, hoping that we would get guests, and we definitely are, so that's good. But one that was really fun, why do they have 424 dogs? What, that took part in that one fight? Also, Shelter Grasping is a good name. And there's our little roadway going from spot to spot. I'm also going to need some downstairs. Let's hope I did this right. I did. I did. Let's do upstairs and downstairs, so that we'll have access to our underground areas. And farm plots, which I think we'll do 2 up here. This is the convenient little upper and lower area. Hey, Danny. We're doing good. Or I'm doing good. It's been a bit of a morning. I woke up really early to go get blood test taken. But outside of that, just kind of relaxing with a day fort. We've already had 1 death. A log hit him in the head while he was chopping down trees. We were all very unimpressed. It was a very unfortunate death, rather. But aside from that, it's been pretty calm. We're just chilling and building a tavern fort. Routine check? Yeah. Every 3 months. It's the check where they tell me whether or not I've been terrible to my body in the last few months. So, get to do it again in a few more months. Rinse, repeat. Let's do plumps. Cave wheat, plumps, cave wheat. Here we'll do plumps. I think we'll just alternate cave wheat and plumps. We'll also do pigtails on this one. Let's just let them build that flooring first. Was a human, although he died, he was a criminal, so not exactly a big loss. Wait, where? Oh, in the fight that you're talking about, gotcha. I missed the through line of the chat posts. But yeah, no, it just means that I get to wake up at fuck o'clock in the morning, which I did. I think I woke up around the same time my dad normally gets up for work, actually. Screw the whole waking up early for work thing. It's not worth it. And an elven caravan has arrived. Well, we literally have nothing to trade that isn't wood. Shit. Wasn't really expecting to trade with them. I mean, I could sell them some rock salt boulders. No, 6x6 is way too big. One dwarf only needs to eat once a season, Danny. So you could basically feed, like, Long Death, my big fort, was fed for like the first 30 years with 50 dwarves on a 2x3 farm plot. In fact, we had too much food. You do not need big farm plots at all. Yeah, I have no idea what I can sell them. It is worth looking at what they brought. Oh god, they're covered in feather tree egg yolks. Almonds, apricots, apples. But yeah, no, you do not need much. Once a season. Someone just dropped something that bounced a bunch above me. Sounded like somebody dropped a marble on the floor. No, I mean, this is all the farm plots I'm doing below ground, and I'm doing 2 above ground ones. Food and drink are going to be our primary export, so that's why I'm making so much. For a fort this size with like 12 dwarves, we'd have way too much food with just this one, but could probably survive off of just this stockpile. Although, because I'm also gathering food from the surface, 1 farm plot would be enough. A single farm plot would be more than enough. Let's make 4 millstones. And I'm gonna need mechanisms in a minute, but gotta start some menacing wooden spikes. Let's build ourselves a mechanic workshop for millstones. No, not even remotely close. It's funny, you can immediately tell if somebody is a noob at Dwarf Fortress by looking at their gameplay based on the size of their farm plots. If they have massive farm plots, then yeah. I mean, having giant farm plots, the only thing that's really gonna do, actually, but if you have giant farm plots is, it's gonna give your dwarves way too much work to do because they're gonna be spending all of their time farming and none of their time actually doing other things because it takes them kind of a long time to farm those plots. Like, my farmers are gonna be super busy with these 5 farm plots I have, those 3 small ones down there and then the 2 up there above ground. They're gonna be very busy with all that. Like, very busy. So that's like way too much already, farm plot wise. All right, I do not want my animals hanging out in here, so let's just remove this from there. Hangout zone. There we go, animals. Well, of course, the elf who led the attack, Blackbow Velvet, the Brittle Tusks survived the attack. Burial Tusks, not Brittle. It's a good name, Burial Tusks. Yeah, no, farming management is very easy in Dwarf Fortress, and it's something that Tarn has said that needs to be addressed in the future. And it's something I eagerly await being addressed, because it's kind of a major problem with the game, actually, to put it bluntly. Farming is way too easy. But then again, like, no matter how easy farming is in DF, like, I still see people struggling with it. And the reason I see people struggling with it is because of the seed management. Relatively frequently, I'll see people like saying that they have a hard time managing the seeds because, yeah, it can be quite cumbersome to handle the seeds and deal with the seeds. Let's make 2 butcher shops. Let's make a tanner shop and a kitchen. Farming is too easy in Dwarf Fortress? Yes. Farming is very easy. I mean, I was just explaining Infinity that you can feed like a whole fortress off of like a 3x3 farming plot. And I mean like a whole fortress of like 100+ dwarves. Feed and drink. You're all for it. As long as you have plump helmets, you're good. All right, I need a dwarf to do some mechanics. Congratulations, Drelleth, you've got a new job. And dwarves will not have any. Yeah, probably. Yep. No, I mean that their food need is incredibly low in DF. You know, Danny, it's funny because I see a lot of people commenting on how frame rate is a problem in DF, right? Well, frequently the actual cause of frame rate issues in DF isn't Dwarf Fortress itself. Sometimes it's pathing. Sometimes pathing can cause it. But the main cause of frame rate problems in Dwarf Fortress is actually not pathing. The main cause of frame rate problems is overproduction of ingredients and crafts and various other items, because the game has to keep track of all of your items. So something like just having way too much farming going on and just having stockpiles of seeds literally everywhere in your fortress and having billions of individual plump helmets and other cooking materials being tracked and all just piling up will hurt your frame rate after 6 months. It's not even like 8 million tables will hurt your frame rate. It's like 8 million crafts will hurt your frame rate. 100,000 plump helmets in the fort will hurt your frame rate. Like, way too much beer will hurt your frame rate. Like, the game tracking produced items is often the main cause for frame rate death in DF. So it's like little bits of knowledge like, oh, you don't actually need to farm very much. And things like, oh, you know, your dwarves don't need to be producing crafts 24/7 to stay happy. It can certainly help, but it isn't a mandatory thing. And once you kind of learn those little quirks about the game, actually playing the game becomes a lot easier because you can kind of work around the frame rate a little better and do a bit of a better job of managing the actual dwarves like that so that they are happier. Which I think is quite fun. All right, Trumpet, I wanted to give you another dwarf. Brewing. This is a cute little fort. Yes. touch shriek. Although if you had enough, I'd be impressed more than anything that you'd be getting enough bones for the dwarf to nonstop be making bones. So then there's also the question of what are you doing that's producing so many bones? No, it doesn't, really. I mean, this game will never use more than 15% of my CPU. Shells? That's also a problem. It's one of the reasons I don't fish very often in DF is because of the easy risk of overproduction. It's way too easy to just get, like, okay, so you want a good description of how easy food is in DF? One fisher dwarf can feed a fortress of 200 dwarves. One fisher dwarf with like constant access to fish can feed a fortress of 200 dwarves. One. Now it's like, oh, I have 15 fisher dwarves, and they're all fishing mussels and like shellfish. Even if you're not making crafts out of those shells, think about the pileup of items. May have figured out why your frame rate's bad. One dude, no farms. Well, I mean, you'll need alcohol still. You can't get alcohol from fish. But for food, yeah. One fisher dwarf can feed your entire fort. Yeah, that too. Normie's got a valid point. That's if you have food stockpiles set up. If you don't have food stockpiles set up, then you'll just get a big old pile of rotten fish, which is, I think, probably the more common outcome, is just big old pile of rotten fish. I mean, you can teach them to fish, but there's better things you could teach dwarves to do. We're out of barrels. Also, it's actually raining. Just almost feels weird for this fortress because it kind of hasn't been raining much. Must be the rainy season. Also, hello, Normie. Welcome to the stream. I've always joked that fisher dwarves are like the canary in the coal mine. If something bad's gonna happen, they're the first one to tell you, and they're gonna die because of it. Like, they're the first ones to spot the were creature coming over the hill. They're the first ones to spot the elf ambush. They're the one to die to the giant tick that comes out. Like, my perfect description of fisher dwarves, my perfect description of the fisher dwarves is when I was trying to explain to somebody in chat why I don't like having fisher dwarves in my fort. And I looked at the unit list and saw somebody fishing. Went and selected them, and I was like, yo, Redbeard over here is fishing. Let's just imagine that the little cursor is Redbeard is fishing. He's fishing. I'm like, fishing is very dangerous. It's like, look at this dwarf out in the wild. Like, what? So many things could happen to them. A giant tick, unstealthed from the tree above him, landed on him, insta-gibbed him, and then went back up into the tree with his corpse. And I'm just like, that's why you don't fish as a dwarf. You've been waiting for the 1.0 vids. Not technically 1.0, to be clear. Technically, it's not counting as 1.0 because I think Dwarf Fortress is like 30% done or something. Even with that, but you're looking forward to the Steam version? Gotcha. Good shit. This stream is generally extremely comfy until it's not even remotely comfy. It's like, this stream is very comfy until I get pissed at something, and then it's like super loud for like 30 seconds, and then back to comfy. Or if chat gets me passionately yelling about something, which happens sometimes. Hi to IDZ23, what's up? When did I say 23? IDZ3, how's things? Could say the Fisher Dwarf was taking its time. Its time was ticking. Ah, it was a ticking time bomb. Also, we got some new dwarfs. Ooh, a beekeeper. I mean, I don't really need a beekeeper, but I definitely need more brewers and millers. We'll name these dwarves once they're all in the fort. C2. Edom, Unib, Moral, and Kel. Something I'd hear in a horror movie. What, a giant tick comes out of this tree and is just like, fucking ah! I mean, yeah, kinda. A human hammerman is visiting. How good. Oh boy, that was quite the migrant wave. Okay, hold up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Well, shit. They discovered we had alcohol. We're gonna have to give them a sleeping area soon. Oh, well, look at that. Touch Shriek withdraws from society. And claims a mason's shop. I really hope you don't want silk, because if so, you're gonna fucking die. Mid-spring. Yeah, you're definitely gonna fucking die if you want silk. Right above him. Well, I mean, things that are stealthed are just stealth to the player, right? Want rough gems. Okay. You want rough gems. I mean, is it possible to even have rough? There's a groundhog! Are you telling us we could have Groundhog Day in this fort? Damn, that's cool. Rough gems, eh? Don't let you go. I mean, it just means I gotta dig down a little further than I wanted to. Oh, those are all upstairs. I want up, down. Get up, Ara. I need you to go do the mining. No, we have 2 miners. We have 2. The AI is too good in Dwarf Fortress is the problem. Okay, let's plug this. Aquifer real quick. It's your ancient ancestors slowly causing you to go mad. We do need to dig down, though, just to, you know, get you to the point where, or get us to the point where we can have, like, other important materials. Why did you not get replaced? There you go. You need gems now? Ants on you, you say? Okay, how the heck did I manage that? Up, downstairs. How full is that? It's only 2. Come on. Get down there. There we go. We found what we need. Oh, I need to actually, like, mine them out, you know? I mean, you might still go mad. That's up to, like, future to tell us whether or not you will go mad. But you're not going mad in the next 10 minutes. We know that much. Just make sure you get what you need. Oh, you've begun your mysterious construction. Never mind, you already got what you needed. 3 rock salt and clear tourmalines. Let's make some mechanisms, and then we can make mills. Millstones. We have a bull calf, a donkey foal, an alpaca, a baby alpaca. Dear Twitch, please stop giving me these fucking ads. Do not care about your stupid fucking... This is the shit that they keep telling me to do to you poor people. Multiplayer ads are a new type of interactive video ad, currently in closed beta. When you run a multiplayer ad on your channel, many of your viewers will watch the same ad at the same time. Isn't that the point of running an ad? As part of the shared experience, afterwards, the viewers will be able to vote in real time in an interactive poll. For each vote on the poll, Twitch will reward bits to the creator, and there will be a special channel celebration. Yeah. I'm sorry to this poor soul for having to be featured in this garbage. Fuck off. Just fuck off. You'd just mute the ad. Here's the thing, right? If you want to support my stream, hang out in the channel and share it. I don't want you to have to watch advertisements on my stream. Fuck that shit. You know, you're here for free entertainment, right? It should be free entertainment. The amount of money that I would make from that shit isn't worth disrupting the entirety of the stream and making your experience annoying and forcing you to mute the ad, right? That is not worth your time. I'm here to provide an uninterrupted bit of entertainment. I'm totally fine with pre-rolls, and I'm totally okay making the $1 a fucking day I get off that shit, right? No desire to forcibly interrupt the stream with a long ad and fucking polls and that kind of childish tosh. It's just a fucking waste of time for literally everybody involved, including myself, because the amount of money I would make from it isn't worth harassing you poor souls with multiplayer advertisements and polls. I stream because this is a form of entertainment. This is me sharing my gameplay and commentary with you, not so that I can harangue you with advertisements. I did a sponsored stream the other night. That's advertisements you'll get on my stream, where I played a game that they paid me to play for 2 hours or an hour, 90 minutes. That's the kind of advertising you'll get here. But me showing you guys a fucking 15-second ad to make 90 cents, no, that can... Like, they can take that ad and shove it up their ass. They can fuck off with it. I don't care. It's not worth it for anybody here. Touch Shriek, the miner, has created Gakil Numal, a rock salt door, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Moses Breachrings. I wanted to read that as Beachrings. Good fucking job, my dude. I think we can build a bunker. That's my door indeed, yeah. This is a rock salt door. All crafts dwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular rock salt cabochons and menaces with spikes of rock salt and clear tourmaline. On the item is an image of the fleshy brightness, the perfect white opal in rock salt. Someone want to look up who made the fleshy brightness? I know it was an artifact made in one of my previous forts, but be curious to know, because I can't remember. What is what lonely dwarf doing alone? You don't get what happened in the last 2 minutes. Sorry, I totally missed that question. What do you mean, what am I doing and you don't get what happened in the last 2 minutes? Me digging, potentially? I think I was digging a pit. I was digging a tunnel down to where there would be gems so that dwarves can get gems. Who are the guests right now? Horrid? That's a weird name. Human names. Nope, this is just Dwarf Fortress. No numbers. Last I checked, anyway. I don't believe any numbers have been added to the name of Dia. Now, I was digging a pit and putting stuff in it. I mean, that's probably the Long Night mod that you're thinking of, Animal. Makes the game all sci-fi and spooky. I need to get the kitchen properly covered. It's cyber as in it's a simulation? I mean, sure. It's more like computer magic. I'm getting so tired of people asking me, though, if I'm streaming Cyberpunk. It's like, no? I challenge a developer to make a game that I'm less interested in than Cyberpunk 2077. Edgy writing. Kind of buggy open world RPG. Stunt casting. Literally, they did everything to like make me uninterested in that game. For at least a few more months. Just don't buy it for a few more months. They'll continue to work their poor developers to the bone until it's finished. And not buggy. They'll do that, don't worry. They've destroyed their developers' social lives already, and they'll continue to. It'll actually simulate a game instance on those computers. I'm not sure what we're talking about, Infinity, but sure. I mean, I'm way more interested in Farm Simulator than Cyberpunk 2077. Don't knock Farming Sim. Farm Sim's good shit, man. I mean, not that I'm really one to be judged. I mean, I'm gonna go to my Steam profile, right? Scroll down a little bit once it finally loads, and say, look what I was playing yesterday. Hunter Call of the Wild, and also yesterday. Ultimate Fishing Simulator. Yeah, generally what I say for people who say that Farming Simulator is one of the least interesting games ever played, or that exists, if you think that, then all I have to say to you is you've never played Farming Simulator. It's just like people who say that Truck Simulator is uninteresting. It's like, well, clearly you've never played it, because those games are really fucking fun. They have big audiences for a reason. They're fun. They have all of the little nooks and catches to make you interested and want to keep playing. A well-made sim game is a whole lot of fun. Enough to play it again? Not on stream. Would I play it again? Maybe if I streamed that type of game. But chat made it very clear that chat didn't really care for it. I got paid though, so. But would I play it again? Yeah, sure. It's definitely the type of game I would play off stream. Although I don't really play a lot of games off stream, unless I'm playing games with my friend. So, unless it's Trackmania. I play a lot of Trackmania off stream. It's a bit too high maintenance for me these days. A couple of years ago, when I was playing a lot of games and didn't stream, by a couple of years ago, I mean like 8 or 9 years ago, fuck yeah, I would have played a shit ton of that. Definitely my shit. But also, I got paid to play it, so don't take anything I say about that game even remotely seriously. You make your own informed decision based on what you saw. God damn it. Why do I keep accidentally hitting capital F? It's very limited in maps, but mechanically that game was cool. Yeah, that is indeed what that was. FG played it the other day. Seems like fun. It's a good little thing from when I played. I didn't get super far in though. There we go. That'll get all of my roofing done. Once those two bits there are destroyed, I can then place wall and wall. What time of year is it? Early summer? Certainly seems like the rainy season. See, I have a very wide taste in games, Danny. There's lots of games I don't see the appeal in, but can understand why other people like them. Like, I fully get why people are infatuated with Cyberpunk. I have no interest in Cyberpunk, but I fully understand the appeal. Just like I totally get the appeal of Bethesda RPGs. I'd rather gouge my eyes out than have to play one of those. I can't stand that shit. Why are you fishing? Stop. Go make yourself useful and farm. Like, I can't stand things like Fallout. But CRPGs, those I understand. Have I ever played Kenshi? Maybe if they made it like possible for me to look at that game without my eyes crossing because that game's so ugly looking. I'm generally not a big graphics person, but I can't look at Kenshi. Also, Kenshi requires way too much running in a straight line for me. Like, just gameplay-wise, I find that game boring as sin. I'd rather, like, if I'm going to play an open-world sandbox, I'd play many other things. Then you played SnowRunner. See, here, I hate SnowRunner, but that's because SnowRunner ruined the truck sim series of spin tires for me, because it was a completely different format of game. It was a format of game based on running around and grinding and slowly getting drip-fed upgrades to your car, when the original spin tires games were all about, hey, here's massive Russian truck. Go drive massive Russian truck. Oh, you want a little bit more of a challenge? Okay, drive shittier massive Russian truck. Versus just, here, have shitty tiny American piece of crap garbage little shit fucking stupid Ford, and then buy better shocks for it. Like, no, fuck you. I want to drive giant 6-wheel fucking massive truck. That's why I'm playing spin tires. Or Mud Runner. I'm not going to play Snow Runner to just like fucking grind away and feel like I'm making progress. That's dumb. So I have like a hit against spin tires Snow Runner, because it's, ugh, you ruined it. You had one job, game. Make a better sequel to a game that I like. Instead, you just fucking killed it. You ruined it. Bah. And everybody's like, nah, this game's so good. It's like, well, news. I've done that before. Bog 2. Do you ever get like a really dumb brain moment and forget how to spell basic English words? I do that with laugh all the time. I'll just like stare at the word laugh and be like, that looks wrong. And then spell it incorrectly and then feel like an idiot seconds later when I realize that I spelled laugh incorrectly. So what is wrong with me? Not quite that bad. See, here's the thing. I like grindy games too. That's not why I go to spin tires. I like the Mud Runner and spin tires, because Mud Runner and spin tires are simulators where you get an allocation of points and you select a vehicle loadout to go into a mission. The mission is one enclosed map. There's about 5 objectives on the map. You go do those 5 objectives and you try and speedrun it. Whereas SnowRunner completely changed the format of the game. Like, it's not even the same franchise anymore, right? So if I want a grindy experience where it's all about like incremental upgrades, I'm into that. But I have games for that. Whereas SnowRunner wasn't that. SnowRunner took a franchise that I liked and completely changed the entirety of the structure of it, the point of it, and the goal of it. And took out the awesome Soviet vehicles from the 80s and 70s and 60s and replaced them with these garbage modern American trucks. Like, what the actual fuck? You fucking ruined my franchise. Fuck you. You know, it would be like somebody taking the beauty of Fallout 1 and 2 and making them into a shitty first-person shooter with bad shooter mechanics, clunky dice rolls, and bad writing. No one ever did that, though. So, it's not like people have ruined franchises in the past. I played Soviet Republic. It was okay. It was a little bit too clunky for me, but I know some people who really like it. See, here's the thing. I like the sequels to the Matrix, but that's just my brand of garbage, so can't wait for the 4th. I like garbage sometimes. Everybody's entitled to like garbage. I just don't like it when you completely change my franchise, damn it. I even enjoyed the Animatrix. Can't wait for the 4th. Now, making more than 3 Terminator movies, that would be a terrible idea. They shouldn't do that. No, I am known as a Bethesda hater. Had chat get annoyed with me on it a couple of times, but... Oh no, Animatrix was wonderful. It's okay. You're entitled to like things I don't like. That's 100% okay. He was young. I mean, my favorite Fallout game is Fallout Tactics, so I'm not allowed to talk. And we all know that Fallout Tactics is bad, so it's fine. But that's because I love tactics games, right? And when I was younger, I wasn't big on CRPGs. In my adult life, I enjoy Fallout 1. As long as the game isn't made by somebody who kicks puppies or touches children, then yeah, we're okay. And it'll be fine. Generally, for me, I just won't play a game if I've heard tell that they treat their employees like garbage. That's kind of a rule of mine. It's like Rockstar, CD Projekt Red, Take-Two, a lot of those big companies, just horrendous workplaces. And I've just kind of come to terms with the fact that over the past few years, I really like playing games that aren't exactly what you would describe as mainstream games. I really like traditional roguelikes. I really like a lot of small indie games. And I'm a content creator. I make a full-time living entertaining people on Twitch. And I make some side money from YouTube. I don't see the point in me as a creator promoting games that I think is trash. "75% of the industry is out to get me." That's okay. I play Dwarf Fortress and traditional roguelikes and games I'm very heavily interested in. So, like, why do I need to worry about that, Danny? Right, I was gonna do this and I forgot. Let's actually do this way. Let's put a gear assembly there, and a horizontal axle going north-south. I mean, the industry isn't out to get me. The industry simply doesn't care that I exist. And I'm totally okay with that. I am 100% okay with being in a niche of the industry that the wider industry couldn't give two shits about. That's okay. Does it mean my audience is smaller? Oh, absolutely. Does it mean that I'm limiting my potential audience? For sure. Does it mean that I will probably fail as a content creator in the long term? Most definitely. Do I care? I can sleep at night. That's what matters to me. I like the games that I promote. I can feel good about the games that I promote. It's the same reason I only take sponsored deals for games that I think the people who watch me would be interested in. Or alternatively, I'm very interested in, and why I won't take deals with big companies. No matter how much money they offer me. It's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. You know, I've taken sponsorships for games in the past that are certainly in the more mainstream space. It's not worth feeling sick to my stomach the next day. It's just not. Yeah, we'll do it this way. But I don't know. I'm just ranting about the same shit that I do every time this subject comes up. Or not even ranting. I'm babbling about the same shit that I do every time this comes up. Oh, really? You can deconstruct that from underneath. I just learned something. Okay, cool. Now, is that log going to fall down and kill you? Hope not. Marker only. Whoops. I hit M. No, you were telling me that the industry was out to get me, which is completely incorrect. And Drollith, the trapper, has given birth to a boy. Well, congratulations. Parents will be very happy. There's a very big difference between the industry simply being indifferent to my existence and being out to get me. Very big difference. I think that's where I need to build this. Yep. Although actually, let's do this here. So you're back watching streams. I hope that it was a good thing that you got done. I hope it was a productive thing that you got done. All right, we need a windmill, which of course I need a machine. So I can put a little floor piece right here. The smell is killing you. I haven't had mushroom soup in a minute. Let's put another wall piece right there. Let's go to machines, vertical axle. Get that stuff built. Perfect. Nope, I want that. Windmill. Let's hope we actually have enough wind to get this going. Ah, impending lack of sleep. Get lots of sleep while you can. But yes, that's important stuff that needs doing. Is it wrong for me to describe having children as like the most expensive, highest maintenance pet you'll ever have? That if you do it right, will eventually take care of you? Because that's how I've been describing having children for a long time, as somebody who doesn't have kids. I think the 75% statement is a bit of an exaggeration, Danny. But yes, I did. I did kind of misread what you said. All right, do we have enough power? Nope. How much power are you generating? Almost none. Cool. All right, let's just do this way then. This is gonna deconstruct this guy. 1, 2. I mean, fish generally look after themselves too. but you are correct. It's mostly just me being kind of a twit, which is normal. I'm normally a twit. Setting up wind power for my millstones. Did I actually build that? Yeah, I did. Cool. Yeah, admittedly, I started doing that because one of my viewers was always describing his new son as his new pet. So, that's kind of where I picked it up. The new pet's been screaming again, kind of deal. Although I guess it depends on the pet. Some pets are pretty self-sufficient, and some are like annoyingly self-destructive. Annoyingly self-destructive, by the way, is my new punk band. Nah, emo band. There we go. You were just adding to the description. I need more flooring. Although apparently I've been like misunderstanding and misreading everything today, so. There we go. Horizontal axles. But yeah, no, I kind of focus on games that I can feel good about. Games that I can feel good about promoting and games that I can feel good about helping. Some more migrants have arrived and a human bard is visiting. We really need to get more beds for these dwarves. They're generally pretty happy, but they don't really like the fact that they are living in such close quarters. Let's get you on brewing, milking, cooking. Let's also put you on tanning. Let's also put you on milling. Bunger indeed. God, it like makes the back of my neck tingle because it's like right behind me. The audio for the bunger sound. It's literally like right behind my head and it makes the back of my neck prickle. The Leafy Hall has been established. I'm assuming that's a Farmers Guild Hall. Looks like it, yep. I've got some peasants that just live here. I'm kind of fine with them just being peasants. So I think we'll just kind of keep them as peasants for a bit. Squawk, are you still grinding away at that there, Hades? You powered yet? Alright, how much power do you guys require? 60? Generating 40? God damn, we have like no wind in this area. I mean, I guess I could make a water wheel, but like... Actually, that could be kind of fun. Use wind power and water wheels. Yeah, why not? Oh, there we go. Never mind, we're good. We got enough wind power. Excellent. So now, we have a windmill. So I can now mill plants. Leave that on repeat. Mill plants. Leave that on repeat. I think I have nuts, so might as well also make some nuts and seeds into paste. Good stuff. Apparently I've got some raw mussels. Needs empty bag. Well, there you go. Petitions. The Leafy Hall has many members in Beerbelches and now requires a guild hall. Well, it's that time of year. We shall approve the guild hall. It'll be the next construction we do. Because who actually needs to, you know, make our dwarves housing? Although I kind of have an idea on how we could do housing. Chat, I need to go get me some lunch. Okay? I'm getting hungry. And it's 3 p.m., so I'm a little late on lunch, actually. I will be back in a couple of minutes. I have to stab my fingers and impale myself. If you're just hanging out, just hi, thanks for hanging out, and hope to see you when I get back in a couple of minutes. Could I get a round of beers? And if you happen to have sound commands, please abuse them now and entertain the chat room, or annoy them, whatever works. Enjoy watching these dwarves spend their time in our little above-ground fort. Here, I'll zoom out just slightly so we can kind of see everything. Thanks very much, everybody, for hanging out and for all the support. I will be right back. Oh, yeah, Eco's a neat thing. I remember playing that at PAX in, like, 2015, 2016. Cool game. I've watched Belliner play it quite a bit. Anyway, I'll be right back. All right, I return. Autumn has come. Would you look at that? So I've got plenty of dwarves that can be named. If you would like a dwarf in this fort, just yell at me at this point, chat. Yeah, no, water wheels are very easy to gimmick, including Dwarf Fortress. In Dwarf Fortress, they're called dwarven reactors. Not a huge fan of them. People often get perplexed as to why I don't use them. I just think they're kind of boring. It's not that they're bad, I just don't find them to be particularly interesting. And thank you, Animal. Actually, you know what? Never mind. Although I might build some water wheels just because they look neat. Oh hey, Unib the Mason has been taken by a Fey mood. Considering the first Fey mood we had was a, or the first mood we had was a artifact door. We got nowhere to go but down from here. And thank you, Animal. Unib, what are you working on? Mason shop, alright, good start. You need metal bars, eh? We need fire-safe building material. This is not ideal. What kind of... It's marble. Let's start digging out down here in the marble. Never mind, we can probably just buy the fire state. We can just buy metal bars from them. Yes, I've played No Moria, it's not very good. It's very much a shell of what Dwarf Fortress is. It's one of those games that exists for the reason of it looks more visually appealing than a far better game and just does everything Dwarf Fortress does badly with half the development. It's not necessarily a fault of that game. It's a fault of the developers for trying to literally clone Dwarf Fortress but because they decided to sell their game and didn't have perpetual funding, they eventually ran out of money. All right. Once again, I am your liaison from the mountain homes. You didn't trade with us this last year. Do you have trade goods for us this year? There's much to share. We have updated your maps. No Moria was the game that I was just asked about. What requests do you have of our merchants? It's like if you're going to clone something, you kind of have to do it at least unique, to have at least a unique enough take on it that it doesn't just appear to be a carbon copy of the game that you're trying to copy, right? You have to actually do something different. Nemoria really didn't do anything different. It just took all of the mechanics from Dwarf Fortress and was like, yo, guys, it has graphics. And then, like, because it had nowhere near the amount of development time, it never got to even close to a point where it would be interesting. So people play it so that they can think that they're playing Dwarf Fortress, and in reality, it's a decent entry drug, but... Exactly. I mean, the kind of unique twist on the format that I like is Odd Realm, because it's focusing very heavily on different races, and each race having wildly different traits, which makes it kind of interesting. Do I have an opinion on the Innomia project? I don't see the point of it. What? Again, like, why would I play Innomia when I could play Dwarf Fortress? It's like Dwarf Fortress does everything No Moria does, but better. With more depth. It seems irrelevant to me. I would rather play Odd Realm, because at least Odd Realm is trying to do something different. Innomia, as I said earlier, just exists for people who... I mean, yeah, I mean, it's free, so obviously try it, but like, it'll eventually come into its own and hopefully become a unique, interesting project, but all I see when I see No Moria is like, well, you're just trying to clone something with graphics, and that thing is getting graphics now, so like, what even is the point, right? I see all of that stuff as a waste of time. It's like, if you're gonna take a game that is inspired by another game, don't just try and remake that game, because what the fuck's the point, right? It's like, there's Dark Souls clones, right? And then there's games who take the ideas that Dark Souls has and does something kind of a unique spin on them, right? There's a reason no one remembers the name of that one game that came out a couple of years ago that was literally just a carbon copy of Dark Souls, and I'm trying to like think of the name of it now, and it's like blanking for me. But people remember Remnant from the Ashes, which kind of took some ideas from Dark Souls and gave it guns and kind of gave it its own unique spin and different forms of storytelling and other ideas, but like not just making Dark Souls again, right? Because what the fuck's the point of that? It's just like all those games that tried to clone League of Legends after League of Legends came out. It's like, it looks like League, kind of plays like League, similar genre as League, and they all shut down because, well, why would anybody play it? Because League exists, right? It's just like Dwarf Fortress. It's like, if you're going to make a game that's inspired by Dwarf Fortress, don't just make Dwarf Fortress. Make RimWorld. And as much as I like to argue that RimWorld is very different than Dwarf Fortress, that's its strength. It's very different, but takes some of the base ideas that make Dwarf Fortress good and builds on them in a different direction, right? Or something like Odd Realm, where it's focused on different races, or something like, which Dwarf Fortress will do eventually, so Odd Realm will eventually become obsolete, or something like Space Haven, where it's more like The Sims even, right? Like, that's interesting, because you're making a new video game. But if you're literally just taking the same combat mechanics, the same ideals of World Gen, the same ideas for everything, but you only have 3 years of development time versus a game that's had 17, you're not going to compete, and you're wasting your oxygen. It's like, I don't understand why King Under the Mountain exists. It's a game that I kickstarted. I gave them $2 just to kind of get their development updates, but like, why make that game? It's not going to be as interesting as Dwarf Fortress because you're not focusing on Z levels and not doing the things that make Dwarf Fortress interesting. It's also not going to be as good as RimWorld because you're kind of focusing on the things that make Dwarf Fortress interesting, but removing the things that make RimWorld interesting. So it's like, you have to give your game a reason to exist, right? No Moria's reason to exist was it was Dwarf Fortress with mouse controls and graphics. Which, as somebody who plays Dwarf Fortress, I didn't need that because I already knew how to play the game, right? And now Dwarf Fortress is getting mouse controls and graphics. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your crafts dwarfship. What do they really want? Meat, excellent. Although I don't actually have any meat. They do want drinks, though. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Well, let's see what they brought me. I made many trap components. Lords of the Fallen, that's the one that, yeah, that I was thinking of, yes. That is indeed the one that I was thinking of. From CI Games. I remember the developer, but I think it was CI Games? Hold on, I need to check that now. Who actually made Lords of the Fallen? Lords of the... yes, it was CI Games. And Deck 13, oddly enough. Dark Souls with dudes with big shoulders. That was that game. All right, now I need a broker because I don't actually have a broker yet. I have a strand extractor. The fuck? Who the hell are you? Hold on. Someone has candy at the mountain homes. How old are you? 66 years old, really? Huh. And you haven't had any alcohol yet? Oh, didn't feel anything due to inebriation. You're just a broken dwarf. You're not a vampire or anything. That's good to know. All right, well, I need a broker anyway, so it's fine. You can also be our bookkeeper. And we will give you a table in here. There you go. And keep track of all the counts. Let's go trade. Welcome back, Lore. Anyway, sorry about the ramble there about No Moria, but I guess the short version is give your game a reason to exist if you're going to make a video game. Do a unique spin. It's like all of the games that are coming out that are just trying to be like RimWorld that are all failing because it's like, well, people already have RimWorld and a bajillion mods for RimWorld. Why do you need any more games that are like RimWorld? Like you have to do some, like if you want to make a game that's like RimWorld, you have to do something like what Amazing Cultivation Simulator is doing, where it's a unique take on where you have to do something that's wait, what the fuck? Sorry, I just stumbled upon the Ancient Gods DLC for Doom Eternal. They're doing single player DLC for Doom Eternal? That's wild. What the fuck year am I in? Odd. Very odd. All right, well, I need to buy metal bars for this dwarf here. All right, well, what did you bring me? You brought me gold. Chat, do we give that dwarf with the moods sterling silver, gold, or electrum? Electrum's a mix of silver and gold. Which one do you think we should give him? Because whichever one I buy first is the one they're going to use. Does the dwarf have a preference? If they do, we'll find out. I doubt it. They just say metal bars. And also, I'm not going to check, because that'll give away what they're making. Gold? There you go. Dwarf goes and grabs gold. Look at that. Dwarf begins mysterious construction. And I'm going to go down a little bit. They brought gold flasks. Let's buy the hen, the duck, the turkey hen, the cow, the duck, the turkey hen, the dog, the cow. Let's go see if they have any bags. Did you guys bring us bags? Nope, but you did bring plenty of cloth. Which I will definitely pick up from you guys. I mean, that's one way to put it, sure. Wouldn't necessarily say it's the Chinese knockoff. Lots of people have made Electrum, not just the Chinese, but fair. Your opinion has been noted. Well, they brought us plenty of books. I will take those books. I'm a little bit offended that they didn't bring us more bags. Like they expect me to make bags myself? I mean, we're a tavern, not a production powerhouse. Tisk. Time to start 300-year bags war? Nah, not that offended. Offended, but not that offended. You're telling us a story. In the year 313, the dwarf Tubal Problem Gem, there we go, became the holy gravel of the Amethyst sect. I think Hobo's busy today, so I can't necessarily invite him to be my bag man. Hello, Lump. How we doing? The holy gravel. They really like telling stories about that one dwarf. I've seen a few stories being told about that dwarf. Oh, look at that. They're dancing. Perform dance. The fortuitous silkiness. Performance is a performance partner dance originating in the Iron of Hushing.
Cheese for everyone!
It is not originating in cheese, Lump. I understand your enthusiasm. Cheese is great. I like it too. But this dance was not originated in cheese. It was originated in the Iron of Hushing, as I just read. The form guides the dancers on improvised performances. The dance is accompanied by the composition of the Satins of Embracing. I mean, you have them for a whole year, so you better be. Also, the reason I was so confused the other day when you upped on the Patreon for a whole year is because it just tells me the total amount that you paid. And I was just, for a moment reading it, it wasn't clear if that was like a whole year of a low tier or like a really weird large tier. And so I was very confused reading that. I was like, what? Excuse me? Ooh, badass. Unib, the Mason, has created Horil Gatudan, a rock salt throne, and claims it has a Hamley heirloom. Well, chat, I think that is the throne of Twitch chat. I'm gonna snapshot a screenshot of that because I like that throne. Let's see what it looked like, shall we? This is a rock salt throne. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval rock salt cabochons and encircled with bands of round rock salt cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of pigtail and gold. Yeah, I kind of feel you there. We need to do a 2-level bridge. They're currently waiting back and forth. Also, dear. I'm immature, but it's 420 somewhere. Can we, chat, can we get a big ol' round of PJ salt for the salt artifact? The salt effect, if you will. Considering we also have an artifact door that's made of salt. Although I don't actually have a use for it yet, because I need to make my farmer guild hall, which it's going to be the door to. Not that the dwarves will ever use it, but that's the beginning of the bridge. There we go. Let's see what we have for drinks in the fort so far. Kenwa beer, dwarven ale, dwarven beer, dwarven rum, pickleberry wine, longland beer, fisherberry wine, river spirits, bayberry wine, cherry wine, dwarven wine, and strawberry wine. Delicious. And, let's make a bunch of bags. And a bunch of bags. A round of salts. You did indeed hear that right, because they made a throne out of salt. So you should assault the chat with salt. And some more dwarves have arrived. Some more dwarven migrants, that be, have arrived.
Nuclear vessels.
The best kind of vessels. But how you doing today, pilot? Does work less spicy now? Craftsmanship may not be of the highest quality. As long as they're adequate enough quality for you to, like, get home in one piece, then who really gives a fuck, you know? Because at the end of the day, that's all that really matters, right? All right, let's take one of those peasants who is, oddly enough, a legendary dancer. You know, actually, you're a legendary fucking dancer. We're a tavern fort. You can go be a performer. Go dance. I mean, it makes perfect sense why you would be dancing. Bunny, llama, dog, cow. Oh, no, not, oh, dog, yeah, sure. Cow, hen, duck. Turkey, cat, cow, duck, turkey. Put them all in that pasture. Although I will take the dogs and the cats out in a sec. I mean, nothing has tried to murder us yet, so yeah, it's going pretty okay. I feel like when I try and build forts for short days, like nothing bad ever happens. It's a little weird. Here, red iron high boots with a pair of wood spikes. Will be the classiest dance you've seen in this side of the world. All right, now I do actually need a clother. The merchants have embarked on their journey. Thanks for trading with us, dwarves. This fort's very cozy, though. I will say that about this fort. Bunch of my guests all left. What the hell? Time to sleep for you. It's almost 1 in the morning. You have a good night. Thank you very much for hanging out today. I'm very tired today. I will say that. I think we'll try and do some night streams this week of adventure mode in this world. Actually try and go hiding stuff. It's comfy. Comfy, cozy. Chill. Also, you got that bridge. Needs non-economic hard rock. Shall start digging out that marble. Because marble is a significantly nicer rock than rock salt. Not that I really have anything against rock salt, it's just we can do better than the rock salt. I'm going to attach that screenshot that you attached in Discord, Stone, in the document for this world. Also, chat, if you download the world for this fortress, if you discover any interesting legends or stories from the world of this fortress, and you send me links to either screenshots or Google Docs of kind of the collections of the stories, I'll link to them within this world. So this is a little story that Stone wrote up last week that you can go find within the Legends tab at the bottom of the Google Doc for the Dayfort's world. Also, as of now, I've started collecting collections of screenshots from the various forts that we've worked on and attaching them in this area right here. In fact, I think it's time we get another overview screenshot of the fort. Many visitors. The tavern is a bustling success. The rock salt and make everything out of it? Nah. Unnecessary early material, but we have upgraded beyond that. I like that this is a child playing make-believe on top of this instrument. Hopefully this child is playing make-believe on top of this instrument and pretending to play it. I like to imagine like the child just beatboxing on top of it, being like, I'm playing the music. These dwarves aren't particularly wealthy, so they're not going to get the nicest bedrooms, but we will do our best to give them at least decent quarters. Because, you know, they are working class dwarves. So I think we owe our dwarves that much to give them at the very least, you know, properly walled quarters and whatnot. The more of Dwarf Fortress you watch, the less you understand. Hi, drunk. I'm streamer. Drink water. It's good for you. And you'll thank me in the morning. Drink water. Maybe take an Advil. Actually, maybe don't. That's bad for your liver. But it helps in the morning. What you been drinking, fishy? Yeah, why do you understand less of Dwarf Fortress the more you watch of it? But I think that means that me as the streamer is doing something wrong. Dwarf Fortress is a pretty simple game. It's actually just like a conduit for role-playing. It's very much a conduit for role-playing. So you play DF to role-play in your own little fantasy worlds that you create. It's like single-player D&D. So D&D minus all of the people. So a much better experience for some of us. Also, chat, can I get a round of beers for Fishy Poos for being drunk? And choosing my stream as one of the streams to tune into while drunk. I always take that as an odd compliment when people do that. I have one streamer in particular who I only watch when I'm really drunk, so I don't watch him very much these days. But yeah, if you don't understand something to Breezefield, also please ask questions and I can do my best to answer. And help you with any things that may be confusing. Oh, I know. Even if that wasn't directed at me, Cooler. You're weird, and that's why we love you. Because being normal is boring. Who wants to actually be normal? I mean, come on. Seems like a big ol' waste of time. Being normal. If you're confused by what I'm doing, I'm making bedrooms. Me and DF are so chill. I try. Thank you. I always like chill streams, so I'm glad that I can fill that. This'll fix the beds problem. Although most of these dwarves are kind of ecstatic. I recited Animal and the Board at the Creative Owl. This could be bliss. This Boyer must really like poetry. Talented Boyer. An adequate poet. Well, I think it's time to have another performer. Since you love performing so much. Take it up as a full-time gig, Dwarf. Please don't make you cut trees. Yeah, trees are public enemy #1 in this fort. They have the highest kill count of anything in this fortress. Which is hilarious. Wait, hold on. Return videotapes? Like, as in return VHSs? What fucking year is it? You can do that in 2020? Where did you borrow them from? I have so many questions. Also, don't worry. You don't need to cut trees, because wave depletion is doing that. Same with Muthcat. We have 2 dwarves that are already doing tree stuff. It's just 20 years overdue. Yeah, I just got it from Blockbuster in, like, 2004 and never returned it. Needs table, needs armor stand, needs statue, must be inside, okay. Oh, well, should probably put a roof on this. Let's just set this to flow. Meeting location, assign location, add guild hall. There we go. The Dell of Lilacs, that'll work. Also, chat, if you want to support my stream team as well as support charity, we have these. My bot just put a link to them in the chat. They're these. There's some holiday-themed sweatshirts and t-shirts available in various styles and colors. They ship worldwide. And 100% of the profits go to Charity Water. So we don't actually make any money off of it. But Charity Water does. So if you want to support a good cause as well as my stream team, go pick those up. Any weird gods in this world? I haven't actually looked too much into this faction's gods. There was Sim. Or Kim. C-I-M. Which is a god that has cursed many dwarves. And there's a big old document about that over in the day forts. document, which can be found by typing an exclamation point Dayforts in the chat. Or Dayfort, rather. No S. Frackle! That's almost 2 years.
Crypt 1, Crypt 2, Crypt 3, Crypt blank.
It is very crypt blank, yes. How you been, Frackle? Thank you so much for keeping that subscription alive for another month. It's a goddamn long time, dude. Adra! Good to see you, man. I really need to, like, discuss Capated. I really need to make a temple. And we'll actually take a peek at the gods. Because I haven't actually looked. I think we'll do that after we get this guild hall done. We're also working on some bedrooms. So I kind of have, like, 2 projects that I need to get done right now. I think I also need to hack down more trees. We're gonna get ambushed. That's what's gonna happen in this fort. I'm telling you, chat. We're gonna get fucking ambushed. To almost every god. Yeah, that's one of the Dayfort themes that we want to do. This particular one, we're just building a public tavern fort that's above ground. So I've barely mined underground at all. And most of my dwarves have put their life's work into working in this tavern, which currently has 3 guests in it. A human, an elf, and a sword dwarf. Kind of the whole point of this world is to slowly build worlds that are entertaining to have adventurers in. And a world with kind of a commonly known lore amongst people who watch my streams. So, it's work. It's a living, is how I feel about that. Not necessarily work. I certainly enjoy finding out about the gods and stuff. Although, oddly enough, making temples to every single god is actually completely redundant and a waste of time and not something you should do. Temples are actually kind of a problem. But it can be creatively very fun to make temples to every god, so it can be fun in that regard. Chat, can we get a bigger round of beers for Frackle, keeping that sub alive for 23 months? Because, like, Animal put beers into the chat. We can do better than that. Come on. Come on. Can we get, like, 4 or 5? If you don't know how to do the beers thing, just type in the word beer or the beer emoji or the beers emoji or HS cheers or one of the various other languages and words for the word beer. We support many languages for beer here, and my bot will give you a beer. See, Hobo knows what's up. But yeah, no, one of the themes for a day for it is build individual temples to every god that my dwarves worship. That'll be an interesting day for it. Probably build it into the side of a volcano or something. Build a whole bunch of temples. I wonder if anybody ever uses that bridge. Doesn't look like it. Seems like they're done milling plants. Let's suspend the cooking thing, because we're almost out of foods because of it. I wonder what meals we're eating. P for prepared meals. We have mussel roasts, cave lobster roasts. Wild boar meat roasts, rhubarb roasts, prickleberry roasts, strawberry plant roasts, many of those. Prickleberry roasts, and cherry roasts. Rock nut roasts. They rock my nuts off. You know what? I'm gonna just be cheesy. Get over here. You throne. There we go. Look at them dancing again. How cute. All right, are you good? Yeah, now you're more than good enough on value. Perfect. Yeah, just because the majority of this fort is above ground doesn't mean we need to make all of our dwarves live above ground. That would just be a little bit ridiculous, because we are dwarves at the end of the day. We should be living mostly below ground. With, you know, periodic above ground affair. So all of our housing will be below ground. Even though we're just going to be living in the clay. Because like I said, we're lower class dwarves. We don't get some of the niceties that some of the bigger fortresses get and the mountain homes get. We're simply running a tavern for the humans and the elves. And as always, chat, if you have questions about Dwarf Fortress or how this works or what I'm doing, feel free to ask questions. Hot damn, I'm tired today. Good lord. I blame the fact that I woke up really fucking early. Man, neighbors are being loud today. Fucking thumping coming from upstairs. It's like someone is stomping around up there. We've been pretty lurky today, but it is the weekend. Weekend of a long year. A year that's almost fucking over. It's about goddamn time, frankly. Can't wait for 2021 to be the exact same thing, but... You know, we wanted to live in a lot of people wanted to live in a cyberpunk dystopia, and congratulations, it's here. We did it. We made it. Fucking yay. You know, they do say that if humans can dream of something, we'll eventually build it. We dreamed of cyberpunk nightmares, and here we are. Also, I know a lot of people were pretty attached to the community world, but I think I'm getting more attached to this world than the community world. You got messed up from a duping and it was... You were wondering why it was odd? Oh, did you like build it one tile off or something? Because I've certainly done stuff like that in games. It's always like you just kind of stare at it and you're like, what the fuck happened here? Oh, I gotcha. Was it a big project? Should finish building this guild hall. There we go. You know, I'll bet you that these houses are nicer than most Dwarven Fort stuffs because they're 2 levels high. Unlike most Dwarf Fort stuffs, which are generally 1 level high. Kind of sad. Tomorrow is the last F1 race of the year. It's going to be a transatlantic steamboat. Will it actually work? Or is this just going to be a design? Also, feel free to stick screenshots up in Discord. You know, in my last few streams, on the 8th, I streamed for 12 hours and 55 minutes that day because of night streams. On the 9th, I streamed for 12 hours and 20 minutes because of night streams. And on the 10th, I streamed for 12 hours and 4 minutes because of night streams. I slept all day Friday. And now I've been streaming for 7 hours and I'm exhausted. And I think I know why. I've been streaming a lot recently. The 10 Obeyed Theaters. Who are you? You're a guest. You're a bard, in fact. A dwarven bard. What time is race tomorrow? I have to look up local time myself. Do you want me to look up? Because I can look up for you. All right, so for guest holdings, I'm going to build a loft for my guests, I think. You know what? Sure. Welcome to the Fortress, Titan. Who are you? She feels satisfied after being granted residency. All right, know the words to the Hodor song. Answer that own question. Yes. Hobo. I literally just landed on it. 5:15 a.m. That was my assumed start time, but I wasn't certain. But yes, 5:15 a.m. Pacific. Or 5:10 a.m. Pacific is the stream start time. Race start time is 5 minutes after stream start time. It's late enough that you can get up for it. That's the general start time. Although it's the last race of the season, so it's worth getting up for. Which is also like Big Sad Face, but you know. I really like the way this fort's looking. Visually, this fort is really nice. More good tavern music. Well, more weird fair music, rather, but fits the tavern. Very fantasy tavern sounding to me. There we go. So these will very much be bunk rooms. They kind of have like this loft living area that they get to stay in. I think I'll put a library over to the right there. Let's just do rock bookcase 5. I'm gonna mill plants as well. Nope, we still don't have any empty bags. Can't believe that my carpenter still isn't building masterwork menacing spikes. One thing that always kind of bothered me about Minecraft Animal is that Minecraft never really got to the point where you could have like big vehicles. Always just the tiny little boats. They never really did it for me. These bedrooms are a little bigger for some reason. I should shrink them. Wouldn't want the dwarves getting jealous. Well, that last one can get suspended. That can get suspended, and that can get suspended. So after the other bits are done, that's a Aspa Galomjed. Heads up, chat. Investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets. So chat, do you guys think we can get to our PB again in the counting? We did pretty good. I'm kind of happy with the 853. That's like a pretty solid PB. We did kind of screw it up, and I was part of the screw up. Not the first part of the screw up, but part of the screw up. But I think we did a good job. You guys did good work. Yeah, it is pretty good. We've gotten better. We're not like that one Discord server I was in once that had a counter that was up to like 4,000 something, but we're doing okay. We're doing okay, I think. All right, let's put beds in here. And every single one of these beds will be assigned as a separate bedroom that will be assigned to the tavern below. So by doing this, I hit assign location, the creative owl, which is my tavern. So once again, in order to assign a bed to a tavern, you need to accept the, well, to actually have somebody sleeping in it, you need to accept the petitions for long-term residences, but the way you do this is you hit Q, select the bed, select the bed, press R, size it with numpad, plus and minus, and then hit L to assign it to a location, and assign it to the name of your tavern, which in this case is the Creative Oil. Oil? Owl. I named it. I know the name of it. Assign location, Creative Owl. And assign location, Creative Owl. Why are you not letting me resize this? What? Ah, because I pressed enter. Assign location, Creative Owl. Have we really been counting for that long, Hobo? When was the first PB? Oh, damn, you're kind of right. It's actually been 2 months. Well, shit. Although I will say, the count has been kind of a success. It's kept my Discord server partnered. I know a bunch of people who've been unpartnered, and my Discord server is still partnered. Also, if you guys can think of other dumb, like, mini-game ideas for the Discord, I'm totally game to add more. What number, Stone? The counting on Discord? Oh, it's been there how long? Apparently 4 months. Supposedly. Took us 2 months to get our first PB. Doesn't feel like it's been 4 months, but... Although I will say I have noticed that the Discord's become more active ever since. So now Discord is sending me a free mug and a Christmas cookie in the mail for being a Discord partner, so that's kind of cool. So thanks, chat, for letting me get a Discord mug. I do actually kind of really want that mug, so... I don't know how we would do that, but I'd be down to do some sort of, like, text-based RPG with all of the Discord in there. I have no idea how that would work logistically, but I need to quickly use the toilet. I will be back in a moment. Enjoy the cozy tavern.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
No, Zork is not a multi-user dungeon, technically. Zork is just a text-based adventure. Oh, never mind, you confirmed that. I think in order to do a text-based adventure, we'd need like a bot that would do a text-based adventure, although that would be fucking awesome, actually. Imagine like a Discord bot that would just like... Actually, you know what would be amazing? If somebody ported Zork to Discord. Just straight up. I wonder if that's doable. Like if someone just made a bot that ran Zork. Discord plays, exactly, yeah. Well, not even like a Discord mod, but like just literally just Discord plays Zork. There we go. For those of you who always ask if I'm going to use macros, this is something I use macros for. I don't know, I think that would be really cool. Oh well, I got enough dumb ideas that I'm working on right now, so. You liked Hack a lot? Well, Hack is... Again, not a multi-user dungeon. Hack is a roguelike, right? Like a proper roguelike? One of the originals, in fact. One of the original games like Rogue. There we go. So you found one? I would totally put Discord plays Zork in my Discord server. Also, it is spring now, so the game is saving. You know what would also be awesome? If someone made something sort of like, what was the name of that Twitter bot? What's the name of that? Dungeons. Discord bot. There's a Discord bot that generates emoji dungeon. Trying to remember the name of it now. Oh, I know it. It's Tiny Dungeons. Yeah, this thing. If someone made a bot that would just like input these into Discord chats, and then you could like type up, down, left, or right, and then the little character would move around, like it would just generate a new set of emojis based on where you told the character to move. That would be really neat. Because you can actually play his tweets, apparently, but the link doesn't work on my screen. The righteous animals and the fed pillars. Well, obviously, we're a tavern fort. Welcome to the fortress, guys. Bunch of human dancers, human poet, some elf poets. Got plenty of places for y'all to sleep up in the rafters, and welcome to the fortress. Fortress. Fortress is a really weird Tetris clone that no one played. But thank you very much, everybody who's been hanging out today. Today's been a fun, very chill but fun stream. So thanks. Seriously, to everybody who's been hanging out and watching the stream. My channel is one of the weirdest channels on Twitch you could possibly find. Not weird as in bad, but like weird as in it's not a channel a lot of people will ever know about. So if you're here, congratulations. You're part of some of the lucky few who get to witness the glory that is this weird channel that I've made over the years. Yeah, of course. I don't recall seeing any Batmen in the fortress. The Breezefield. But if I see any Batmen, I will definitely let you know. An elven caravan has arrived. I still don't have any non-wooden things to trade, or I definitely would. Just remember, the one very important fact of Batman is you need to remember that their parents are dead. And if you happen to see the Batwoman screeching sounds, it is customary to make screeching sounds at screeching sounds. Still no soap? That was the other fort where we were making soap. I haven't made any soap this fortress because we're not a hospital. We're a tavern. Why does a tavern need soap? I mean, I have other things I could trade them, but nothing I particularly want to trade them. But you're intrigued? Well, if you have questions, ask away. It's a very simple game to understand once you realize what tile is what. Which is, you know, in this particular tile, in this particular screen, you're looking one layer below ground. This is ground level. This is one ground layer above ground. And as we move up, you can see the trees and the roofs of my little area disappearing off into the distance. As we come back down, you can see the windmills, the roofs of my fortress. If we zoom out, this is essentially one giant layer of Minecraft blocks. So what you're seeing is the roofs of my little structures that I've built today. the upper walls for the second floors. Ground level, the little creek running through the middle on the left and right. Well, not left and top. You can see the base of a topographical map that are undug out areas, which is why they're all black. Reaching up towards the sky, the little cliff faces on the edge. If we go underground, which I haven't dug particularly deep, the little starry areas are undug out clay. And then we have a little mine shaft going down, which we dug out to find some gems. We've done a little bit of strip mining down here. But it's essentially every layer is one layer of Minecraft blocks. So if you think about it as like Minecraft, but you see one layer of blocks at a time, and rather than a fully run-aroundable 3D space, it's a top-down 3D space. Begins to make a lot more sense. The U's are humans. The E's are elves. Well, at least these E's are. They might also be eagles, but don't worry, there are no eagles on this map, so that makes things easier. That's a dwarf who's visiting. That's a dwarf who lives here. That's another dwarf who lives here. That's another dwarf who lives here. This is a little stockpile with some items in it. And these are some beds for sleeping in, some tables, some workshops, and a crafts, or not, and a dwarven trading depot. We have a little creek that is flowing in the middle, which is why it's moving. We also have these stagnant pools of water that are just sitting. All the O's in this area are tree trunks. Be wary, if they're white, they might be blind cave ogres, or other ogres, depending on the color. They may also be orangutans if they're the right color, but in this instance, those are definitely just trees. This is my kitchen up here and my livestock. Over here in the livestock, we have cattle, multiple cattle. We have ducks, we have geese, we have llamas, and alpacas. And more cattle, and a rabbit, and a dog, various other livestocks. The dwarves are collecting wood up from the north. Is that a goblin? That is indeed a goblin dancer. Must have come in with one of the performance troops that we hired to perform in our tavern. Dwarf Fortress doesn't just do what many games do. Hey, look, an elf peasant. Most of them are peasants. Dwarf Fortress doesn't do what many games do. Every dwarf has their own individual personality, likes, dislikes, their age, their own different looks, their history, the year they were born, how good they are at things. This is kind of like their character sheet. This will evolve over time as they see things, as they experience things, as they talk to people, make friends, develop enemies, learn skills. They will, over time, expand this and may become horrible people, or already be horrible people, depending. Or they could become happy, lovely people. Or they could just get so completely, totally, and utterly scarred for life that they just become numb to reality and decide to kill themselves. It's a very wholesome game for the whole family. Not violent in the slightest, and everybody can enjoy Dwarf Fortress. Especially when a child gets used as a weapon and goes splat against a goblin. And a petition has been sent in. The Savage Towers wish to reside in Beerbelches for the purpose of entertaining citizens and visitors. Well, that sounds lovely, because we are a tavern fort once again. We are now up to 53 citizens and residents. Looks like there were a bunch more elves. They won't get permanent residency, but they do get to live here. But yeah, and if you have any direct questions, Cheetah, just yell at me. I'll do my best to explain. Also, there's the entirety of the world map. This is the world map. Our tiny little fortress is right underneath that little flashing... Shut up, Twitch. No, I'm not going to run your fucking RPG ads. Fuck off, you stupid girl. Anyways, right there, that little flashing X is our fortress. We've done several fortresses in this world. Was this heresy? Not ASCII? If you're going to be one of those assholes, I will just ban you, purist, make a bum ass. Because I don't need that shit. Frankly, I don't need elitist garbage in my chat. So if you want to be part of the chat, feel free to take part. If you want to be an asshat and get fucked, then be an asshat and get fucked. There's literally one rule in this stream, and that's don't be a shithead. And congratulations, you just broke it, so you have one chance. You're just joking, please no ban. Learn how to spell please, please. And then we can be friends. And if you do want ASCII so hard for your tiny dick, happy? It's ASCII now. You happy? I want to get fucked. You know, honestly, if I could find a volunteer... Not gonna lie. This whole, like, staying at home and not having casual sex ever thing has been kind of boring, I'm not gonna lie. Alright, enough of this. Ah, it's about damn time. The werepanther, Lima, Didatequil, has come. A very large panther, twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow blue. Its sandy taupe hair is short and even. Now you will know why you fear the night. I'm not into men's, so Grindr wouldn't work for me. Frankly. Alright, where is it? I'm trying to spot it. Well, I mean, you're suggesting that I turn my Discord into that, and, well, it's my Discord, so. Well, you're back just in time for the finale, my friend. Where actually is it? Is it in my tavern? You just want to be inclusive? I mean, oh, I see where it is. It's over by the elves. Over on the right above the, it's right there. Since the sickness, you're just lying low. I live alone, and I get to see my parents once a week, and I don't get to see my friends ever. I'm not gonna lie, it's real fucking rough. I once met in your dreams. Go back to sleep. We'll see you later, animal. Get some good Z's. You're gonna need it. All right. Well. Okay. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to try and save this fort. I'm not just gonna like let them all die. So I'm going to make a burrow. It's gonna be underground down here. I'm going to tell all of the dwarves to get in the fucking burrow because we don't have a military. And this were creature right here, this were panther even, is going to immediately start slaughtering all of the elves. Looks like there are 2 elves now fighting with it. While all my dwarves just make a beeline for the bunker up in the top left there. Ooh, look at all the blood. Ooh, bits and pieces are flying everywhere. Fortunately, none of my dwarves have gotten caught up in that. The human dancer has, however, who's very much dead. An artery has been torn in the lower body that has been opened. All right, who else is fighting? The werepanther Lima. The werepanther bites the mule in the upper front leg, tearing the muscle. An artery has been opened by the attack. The werepanther bites the mule in the head, tearing the muscle. An artery has been opened by the attack. The werepanther shakes the mule around by the head, tearing apart the head, the head's muscle. An artery has been opened by the attack, and the skull has been a tendon in the skull has been torn. The werepanther shakes the mule around by the head, tearing apart the head's muscle. It's just like whipping it around. It's now panicking. It dives after that bard over there and becomes a human. The human, Lima. Damn. That elf is just chasing him. The elf is just like stabbing it. Jesus, man. Ooh! And he got him. The elf animal caretaker punches the human in the throat with her right hand, and the injured part collapses into gore. Literally, okay, just like punched her through the throat. A major artery has been opened by the attack, and the force twists the neck, tearing apart the skin. The elf animal caretaker punches the human in the left lower leg, and with her right hand bruising the fat. And the elf animal caretaker says, "I have improved my fighting. That was satisfying." The elf animal caretaker punches the human in the right upper leg. With her right hand bruising the muscle, the force bends the hip. The animal caretaker punches the human in the left hand with her right hand. The elf animal caretaker scratches the human in the left foot, tearing the fat, bruising the muscle, and the force bends the left ankle. Well, dwarves, it's time to come out. I don't think anybody who was attacked lived. But we now have a bunch of random free shit that we got from the elves. So you know what? I'm just going to willfully ignore the fact that somebody in my fort may have been infected. I'm going to willfully ignore that fact. We'll just see what happens. But I do want to take a picture of the carnage, the post-fight carnage. Put that into the kind of collage that is becoming the week 3. And also grab this combat log and a screenshot for that. So this is what the history of today is looking like. The first death, which was one of my woodcutters dying. We built out a little bit. Got attacked by a werepanther. That's the post-fight carnage. And then that's us killing it. Or the elf killing it, rather. That was quite a lot of explosions. The armored machines. Welcome to the fortress, armored machines. So Stone's been asking for a while if we're going to encounter any werepanthers, and I guess that answers that question. Yup. Sooner than we thought, in fact. Apparently this world is completely infested with werepanthers. In that one area alone? That's a lot of zombie owls. Like, kind of a lot of zombie owls. I think that this little tavern fort has been very successful. I think that we need a little temple. So we should do that. Let's build ourselves a small temple. I just don't know really where to put it right now. Oh, look at all the dancing. It's a very lively, happy tavern. And to those of you who don't know too much about Dwarf Fortress, you can actually look at the descriptions of the dances. The Temple of Beer. The Temple of Glugging. Chug, chug, chug. Sure. Let's make a temple that is just one layer up here. We'll do upstairs right there. Be kind of a interesting little corner temple area. I really like the way axles look when they're in like rafters. They look really cool. Oh, I actually have a fire clay block now. Oh, hey, they're actually using the bridge. Look at that. Good shit. I wonder if the elves are mad at us yet. Oh, by the way, the elves we're trading with are the root of creation. Also, if anybody wants to look up that were creature that is now a corpse over in the corner of my fort over there, if anybody wants to look that person up, I'd be very curious to know who they are and what kind of shit they've gotten up to in the past. And Tosid, the potter, withdraws from society. Okay. Claims a craft store shop. Gotcha. And does nothing. What do you want? Skeletons. Stacked cloth. Okay. Okay. Skeletons. Stacked cloth. Okay. Let's butcher an animal. Let's butcher a bull. I love seeing a bustling tavern in Dwarf Fortress. It's been a while. I'm also kind of keeping an eye on the full moon to see if we're going to get a full-on were creature outbreak or not. Oh, it's in the document. The were creature name was the werepanther Lima Didediquill. The Morse code equil. Yeah, there you go. Right there. And an elf animal caretaker beat the ever-living shit out of it afterwards. There you go. Tosid Megansrick has begun a mysterious construction. God, that's so many fucking poets in the dwarfs in there. What are you? Goblin Ranger? An elf boyar? I'm assuming elf boyars are just a particular kind of elf grower. Main thing I'd be curious to know is who turned. Who turned that were creature? That's the main thing I'd be curious to know. Not really had too many scary animals show up here. Well, I'd say that this tavern fort at the very least has been a very, very, very big success. A little bit dangerous considering we just had a were creature show up. We're on half moon now. Top right is the moon symbol, right next to the number of idlers, just over to the right. So it's tiny little moon up here. A bone crown. After a scene of violence such as that, the dwarves make a bone crown. Wondrous. Now this is another thing I'd be curious to know. Who the heck is Kavish Outrage Manor? Let's screenshot that. Was born in 309? Not too old. Tosset, the potter, has created Zethis Odung, a mule bone crown, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Kavish Outrage Manor. It's worth 3,600. This is a mule bone crown. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of mule bone and cave spider silk. Hey, Squawk, out of curiosity, do you have any favorite tracks from the most recent King Gizzard album? Just kind of curious. Also, do you think that Stu sleeps? I'm starting to wonder. And I've actually rather not starting. I've been wondering for a long time if Stu actually sleeps. When he was 1? Oh my god. And that were creature that attacked us was turned into a were creature at the age of 1. I wonder if he killed his whole family. Considering it's year 322, that human wasn't very old. The Bloats of Malice. Oh, they seem friend. Chat, I'll bet you that the Bloats of Malice is a dwarven death metal band. Like, That seems like a pretty fucking chill way to be. Not gonna lie. Oh, he lost his left foot in the attack. That's probably why that elf was able to catch up to him. Really? Automation does? Saying yes. Oh, hey, look at this. We have royalty in the fort. Lady consort, eh? Where the heck did you go? It's a dwarven lady consort. Also, they're telling the story about how the wraith of yearlings attacked the seeds of celebration at the root of creation at Stable Fur. The defenders were led by the elf Yera, Dived Wheel. They're telling the stories of battles in the elvish civilization. Also, there's some wars going on. Weld Tunnels was conquered by the Wraith of Yearlings. So those goblins are actively conquering forts close to us. And Codil Drilled Chambers became the sacred silver of the Copper Communion, replacing Rakast Bolt's Cold. The army of English Stone Vault marched on Brascol? Brassiond? Actually, who the heck are those dudes? Also, I love that this corrupting Dark Goblin Fortress is actively invading us. I like that. Dark Goblin Fortress. Holy shit, that's a lot of goblins. The Fair Torment of the Wraith of Yearlings. No wonder they're invading us and winning. They have 10,000 gubbins. That's a lot of gubbins. The Fortress of Dungeons Squeezed. That is one hell of a thing. Atir Wax Channel. Itur was bit by Atir Wax Channel, one of the people. Oh, really? So there is actually a connection there. Glorious. Absolutely glorious. This is a very multicultural fort. I kind of love it. I kind of love it. All right, so I was going to build a little library over here. So we should do that. We should get to that. Also, because your favorite normie mentioned the sickness, it reminded me of a pretty good meme that I've seen, which is, it's just a fake news broadcast that says, "Disturbed man refuses to isolate," and it's David Draymond of Disturbed, and it just says in the description, says he's down with the sickness. And for some reason, I think that that's utterly fucking hilarious. It's cracked me up every time I've seen that image, and I've seen it a few times on the internet now. Should you add this to Werepanther Saga? It is your saga. You can do what you want with it. I would say probably yes. Considering it is the first time that the Werepanther Saga has interacted with one of our forts, I think it's probably worth noting. Chat, do you think it's that recent attack of the Werepanther on this fortress is worth Stone archiving it in his archival work towards archiving the happenings and sightings of werepanthers in this world? Because I think it would be. I personally very much do think it would be worth archiving and taking permanent note of for future reference. For educational purposes, of course. My kind of long-term goal for this fort is to have kind of like almost a comprehensive wiki in that Google Doc about this world. Complete with many different save files. And I think that I haven't gotten too many comments on this yet today, but I think I should do this for every fort now. These big old screenshot collages. I think these are nice additions to the actual visualization of what you're looking at. The Queens of Innocence. I'm gonna say no. We've got plenty. Look at all these. Good lord. There's so many elf and human dancers here. Oh man, that was a huge squad of elves that are all leaving now. Goodbye, guys. Festive Pairs. There's so many performance troops visiting. Good God. I'm gonna queue up some rock doors. At least we have plenty of alcohol. Cancels construct building. Cannot find path. Not sure which building they could have been canceling. Thanks, Morden. Cheers. I have no idea how you couldn't find path to that, but... So we're building our temple now. Let's take a real quick look at the deities in this world, especially considering we have a ton. The Cult of Whispering. So that's a religion, not a god, but they worship the god of silence. That is so fucking cool sounding. Sakil, the god of darkness, painting, and inspiration. Rimtar, the god of sacrifice, charity, generosity in the sky. Hoba, the god of rivers and lakes. Omis, the god of silence. Osma, the god of silence. It's like a Quaker god. Bexur, the god of disease and poetry. Yeah, fitting. Emir, the god of rivers and nature. Faith and virtues. They worship the god of loyalty and oaths. Len Flower Days, also a god of silence. Kalovi, rivers and nature. The godly messiahs, the god of duty, rivers and nature, inspiration and poetry, courage and silence, death, blight, marriage and oaths, Apo. We've encountered that one before. The lutes of pregnancy, the god of marriage. Iram, the god of water. Shether, the god of death, suicide, pregnancy, and family. Don't know how those two are related. Inspiration and poetry, Anir. Shezpa, the god of the sun, the dawn and twilight. Kenum, the god of yearlings, god of birth, the seasons. Ereth, the god of rivers and nature. Atto, the god of labors, storms, thunder, and the rain. Investments are open, heads up chat if you wish to invest your tickets. The crypt of funerals, the god of suicide. The god of death, Osi Dust Dies. Rebirth, creation, and pregnancy, Tharon. The wind, the sky, the stars, the night, and dreams, Kadest. Kasat, the god of justice. The god of treachery and valor, the mighty jewels. Vaku, the god of fish, disgusting. Rivers and nature. Lene, the ocean of pears, the rivers and nature. And risen oil bread, the something. God of fortresses, crafts and metals, death and rebirth, water, mountains, volcanoes, fire, the weather and the sky. God of jewels and minerals, jewels and wealth. Death, suicide, fame, and rumors. Fortresses and war. Death, suicide, marriage, and birth. Ah, the god of death and blight. Kim. Or Sim? I think it's Sim. Bur, the god of volcanoes and mountains. Bim, the god of fortresses and war. Nekol, the god of death. The god of fortresses, war, and chaos. Beryl. Eral. Tral, the god of wealth and jewels. The god of minerals. The god of Tubal, the god of metals. Zas, the god of mountains. Zasir, the god of trade. Magaz, the god of victory. Nuglush, the god of the moon, the night, darkness, deformity, and disease. Akur, the god of youth and caverns. The god of poetry, writing, scholarship, and wisdom. Dishmab, the god of marriage, birth, pregnancy, creation, and crafts. So this is going to be a temple to no specific deity. The roasted ghoul. Also, we've passed the full moon and there is no more infections, so fuck yeah. Hey to berries, cheers. Enjoy the looks. Also, I like your airship animal. Looks cool. Meditate on death. Lots of dark gods in this world. All right. Bookcase. And then this can be a library. Yeah, this is, so far is just a pretty chill little mostly self-sustaining fort. Mostly self-sustaining little chill fort. Oh my god, we're out of rock. Let's do a little bit more mining down here. So I can make more doors, because we are out of rock. As all the dwarves come down here to haul. Rip Peter and your investments. Pretty lurky today. No one else investing. I was thinking about doing some some Minesweeper. But only if we have the activity for some chats. If we don't have the activity for some chats, I don't see the point. If not, I'll just save the energy and do a night stream. The Hides of Authority. Bet you $1 it's a punk band. Alright, I do think we need a little bit more. Whoop. That'll be the continuation of our digging. You've made a mistake. Oh no! That's never good. Sure, let's bring more in. God, there's so many elves in this fort. Just 71 population, most of them are poets. You struck Lena? Oh, would you look at that? Our little fort has found ore. The beloved Dons. We're very popular amongst the performance troops. Even if most of them aren't welcome to join. This has turned out to be a very chill little fort. I'm actually really happy with this outcome. Wasn't super happy with last week's outcome. This one, I'm pretty happy with. You know, we have 73 dwarves in the fort. Many of them bards and dancers. Enough dwarves to kind of keep the backbone of the fortress up and running. Oh, I see. I mean, still an interaction with that very legendary were creature. We have functioning millstones making dwarven flour, which is something I've never actually done before. We've done much cooking with the dwarven flour. We have a functioning library, a functioning temple dedicated to all gods. Down beneath, we have many bedrooms for the majority of our permanent residences. He says as he makes more bedrooms. Because most of my dwarves certainly don't have beds. Yeah, Most of them certainly do not. That's okay, though. Look at all those elves and humans drinking all of my alcohol. Those greedy bastards. At least it's free. It's the least that they could ask for. We very narrowly dodged a were-creature's attack. I would say that this little fortress is quite successful, chat. So what do you say? I think we call it on this day fort for the week. I think we call it. And it is now summertime. It's a good fitting little bit of music, I think, to kind of finish the fort up. So what do you guys think? Should we do a little bit of a Minesweeper as kind of a cooldown? What do we think? A little bit of Minesweeper to cooldown? Yeah. All right. Let's do a little bit of Minesweeper to cool down. And then I think I get to send you guys over to Sui in a little bit. It's time to put the chair into less intense, healthy back mode. But, yeah, no, if you missed the beginning of it, all of the story can be found under !Dayfort. And we are going to retire this fortress for the time being. Goodbye, Dayfort. We shall see this world again next week. Your fortress has settled into the rhythm of day-to-day living beyond your meticulous concern. All of the history of the fort from today is available right here. The world file will be updated after the stream's over, right there. Outcome. Thriving success. Well, we're not just ending the stream just yet, Infinity. We're simply switching games. We're done with Dwarfs, but we're not done with the stream. Just gonna chuck on some Ben Prunty music. I mean, we have until I either give up or beat a game of Minesweeper, which may take a little while.